Chapter 4377. Bang! At this moment, the sky and the earth changed, and the sun and the moon shattered. Long Qing looked at Jian Wushuang, who had killed him, and immediately understood Jian Wushuang's thoughts. Angrily replied with a smile, "Jian Wushuang, is it because you also deserve to take this seat and die?" He opened his mouth, only to see the dark clouds in his mouth, thunder shuttle, countless energy trembling. Then all these energy condensed, turned into a wave of destruction, and blasted fiercely towards Jian Wushuang. Click! In an instant, the blockade enchanted by several supreme cloths broke. This wave of destruction was the first to kill with Jian Wushuang. The power of chaos. There was a loud roar between the two, as if chaos reopened. Everything was silent, and a huge black shock wave seemed to condense into substance and spread out fiercely. Not to mention this killing move of the two, just this shock wave can kill all the strongest below the Supreme. Even the elementary Supreme will be shaken and fallen by this shock wave. Is this the power of chaos? Bingyu Supreme, Blood Temple Master, Green Dog Supreme, and others looked at this scene. First, they rushed away the shock waves, and then squinted their eyes, and a strange color flashed in their eyes. Although this might cannot threaten them, it is enough for an ultimate master to cross several realms and pose a threat to the Supreme, which is really powerful. After Jian Wushuang's death, it's okay for the tailored Excalibur or for other opportunities. This seat is for you. The Qiang Emperor licked his lips and said, although Jian Wushuang was not dead at the moment, they already regarded Jian Wushuang as a dead person and began to divide up the magic weapon on Jian Wushuang. The power of endless power dissipated, and I saw the wave of destruction condensed in Long Qing's mouth. Although the power destroyed a lot, it dissipated the power of chaos, and once again greeted Jian Shuang's second murderous move, Taro Excalibur. In this sword, the vaguely blue shirt figure, before staring a lot, you can even see the delicate and clear features of the figure, which at first glance looks like it is too much to respect the world. It is also like a 9-day fairy walking out of the gate with a sword, one sword divided into the sea. This sword, which brings together the various blessing powers of Jian Wushuang, is his peak hit today, and his most brilliant hit. Under this sword, the entire universe of starry sky is bursting. Even the top lords, such as the Black Robe Man and the Blue Dog Supreme, felt a sharp sword sweeping across them, and couldn't help but step back slightly. Taro Excalibur. This is the Taro Excalibur. Everyone looked up at the dark golden demon sword with no hands in Jian's hands. The era of the Wushu chaos is too far away from them. Therefore, they do know much about the Wushu chaos, and they are not too interested. But when the Tai Luo Excalibur dominated the universe, it was just 300 chaos before. Many of the Supremes present have experienced that era, and they know the horror of the Taro Excalibur. They looked at the golden light and let it go, as if shining on the eternal Taro Excalibur. Their breathing couldn't stop, and they became a little hasty. Jian Wushuang. Mo said that you were just holding the Taro Excalibur. Even when Taro Supreme was alive, you didn't dare to provoke our dragons. What are you? Long Qing disdainfully snorted, manipulating the continuous waves of destruction in his mouth, and greeted this unbeatable sword. Is it? The sword is double-sided and expressionless. The tailored Excalibur in his hand exudes bright golden light, cuts through thorns, and passes directly through the waves of destruction, breaking through all obstacles. Okay. Long Qing was shocked. Since countless chaos periods, he has been staying with the dragons. He has never seen what the universe outside the dragons looks like. He has instilled in his mind the thought that the dragons are the entire universe. Big, most noble race. Therefore, he took the whole universe into consideration and did not put anyone in his eyes. The ultimate sword master Wu Shuangsu was even regarded by him as a pig dog and catfish that can be slaughtered at will. But now, when he looked at the sword, he knew he was wrong, and he was wrong. The wave of destruction that he used at will could not stop this smashing sword. This sword, not to mention the full power of the Taro Excalibur, but under the blessing of various mysteries of the sword unparalleled, at this moment has really motivated the Terra Excalibur. The vertical eyes of the hilt position, there are countless bloodshots converging into the pupils like little snakes, emitting a roar from the gods of 9 days. The sword was cut straight on Long Qing. Wow! Countless dark golden dragon blood poured down, like a blood rain falling in the starry sky. Long Qing himself was severely chopped and flew thousands of feet. The golden robe of the robe shattered, and a dragon horn on his head was almost cut off, and a deep sword mark was imprinted on it. Long Qing half knelt in the void, slowly raised his head, a trace of dark golden dragon blood flowing out of his mouth. Sword unparalleled, Long Qing growled violently, and the indifferent handsome face could no longer maintain a trace of calmness, and his forehead blue muscles jumped wildly, apparently in a rage. Shame! There has never been a shame. He is a long-time leader of the 4th-generation bloodline of the dazzling dragon tribe. However, today, he was injured by a horrible master. This is the biggest shame he has encountered since he was born. This shame is even worse than killing him. Jian Shou's face was pale, his right hand was trembling. Almost at the moment he cut the sword, Tai Luo Excalibur drained all his powers, and now all mysterious blessings recede like tide. Sudden feelings of weakness never burst. This sense of weakness almost made him impossible to stand. The whole person was teetering, and the Taro sword almost came out of hand. However, Jian Wushuang looked at Long Qing, who was embarrassed, but couldn't help laughing. He laughed crazy, laughed disdainfully, laughed unscrupulously. Dwarf dragons, but that's it. Boom! The jade pendant of Jian Wushuang's waist shattered, and the 2 ghostly ghost images condensed and pressed hard again towards Long Qing. This is the original Blood Wave Supreme, leaving a full blow on Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang already knew that there was no hope for survival. He directly hit these 2 forces and used them at the same time. These 2 ghosts are as high as 10,000 feet. Their legs are like mountains, their eyes are like stars, endless blood is entwined around their bodies, and after looking at Long Qing with a stiff and numb expression, they immediately raised their hands to kill. Jian Wushuang, just now you can hurt this seat, but it is the intention of this seat. Do you think you still have such good luck? Long Qing's murderous flickered, said coldly. In the face of this blood wave supreme blow, Long Qing opened his mouth, and a golden fist with a big fist rose slowly from his mouth. Chapter 4378. Dragon Ball. Only when the dragons arrive in the Supreme Realm can they be thoroughly trained. I saw this Dragon Ball twirling slowly, but it was the full force of the initiative to hit the blood wave Supreme Void. The endless brilliance radiates, and it contains the brilliant Huanglongwei, the prestige of the quartet. Immediately afterwards, I saw this Dragon Ball hitting the 2 with Bloodwave Extreme, and collided fiercely. I saw Long Qing's face flushed with a flush, and stepped back a few steps, while the blood wave Supreme Void collapsed. This time, Long Qing is no longer so embarrassed. This is his true strength. Sword unparalleled, it's time for us. You can rest assured that this seat will not easily kill you. This seat will let you enjoy the most extreme pain in the world. Long Qing opened his mouth and took a sip, and the whale swallowed the water, re-inhaling the Dragon Ball. His dark, golden vertical pupil twisted slightly, locked on Jian Wushuang's face, revealing a hint of Mori Han's cruel smile. I saw him stepping. and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wu's double-sided, right-handed fist covered with golden dragon scales, slamming his sword on his chest. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang, who had no resistance, had instantly collapsed and was torn apart. After doing all this, Long Qing didn't rush to kill the killer, blasted the sword Wushuang divine power all the way, but waited with distorted pleasure to wait for Jian Wushuang's body reorganization. The Supreme Master Bingyu and the Supreme Emperor Qiyang looked at this scene silently and put away their supernatural powers. For them, Jian Wushuang is already dead, so it's better to sell a face to Long Qing and let Long Qing torture Jian Wushuang to death. Wow! Sword warrior's collapsed body gradually reorganized. Long Qing punched out again, enough to flatten the supreme divine power of the star domain, all blasted on Jian Wushuang's chest, and hit his body again, and collapsed. Jian Wushuang, don't you want to die? This seat just doesn't let you die so easily and feel the ultimate pain in this world. Long Qing laughed eagerly. Time and again, Jian Wushuang's deities were constantly detonated and reorganized by Long Qing, and then detonated again. His bones had been completely shattered, and all the 7 meridians and 6 veins had cracked. The pain from the deepest part of the soul kept coming. At this moment, the sword unparalleled, already weak to the extreme. He didn't know how long he could hold on. He only knew that now he was already weak and couldn't even speak, and couldn't even lift his fingers. Once again, Jian Wushuang's deity was blasted. If he were not a super chaotic creature, at this moment, he was afraid that he could not die anymore. Sword unparalleled, kneel down and ask for mercy from this seat. This seat can give you a happy. As soon as Long Qing stepped on his feet, he stomped on Jian Wushuang's head and laughed scornfully. Jian Wushuang's pupils twisted slightly, looking at Long Qing. There was no fear in his eyes, only sarcasm. His sword is unparalleled, rising to the blue fire world, walking all the way to the depths of the universe, tumbling through the battles. Whoever asked for more than half a point? Today is only one death, what fear? Long Qing looked at the sarcasm in Jian Wushuang's eyes, his face gradually gloomy. Shame to the face. Jian Wushuang, it seems your bones are hard? Then this seat will crush your bones, inch by inch. Let's take a look at this seat. How long can you stick to it? Long Qing's eyes flashed a fierce scourge, and he raised his foot and stepped down fiercely, and instantly crushed the sword's whole body skeleton. The sword deity's body collapsed again. Click, click. Slowly, Jian Wushuang's body reorganized hard. After this reorganization, Jian Wushuang's consciousness has become blurred, his eyes have become increasingly scattered, and everything in his vision seems to have double shadows. The sound in the ear gradually faded, and the picture in the field of vision gradually began to fade. The world seems to be silent, but monotonous in black and white. Long Qing was still laughing happily, while the other Supremes stood in the surroundings, firmly blocking the space, with a cold and ruthless expression, without any mercy. The frosty cold that was sealed in Jintian Bay by him slammed into the blockade, encircled by the Jintian Bay in a frantic expression, with a painful expression tearing his heart and tears in his eyes. It all started to blur and be silent. Are you going to die after all? Jian Wushuang's heart surged into the light. He could feel that even if he was a super-perfect, chaotic creature, under this blow of destruction one after another, he had gradually been unable to persist. He understood that his body could no longer insist on the next reorganization. At this moment, the past kept flowing to my heart. Master, I'm afraid I can't find you. Extreme blood, Supremax. I can't help you revenge. The memories of everything fade away. He never felt tired, invading his body. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, it is difficult to equalize. Huh. However, at the moment Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and his consciousness gradually fell asleep, he seemed to feel that an overbearing and vigorous blood was like the invincible figure of the rolling sun, suddenly in a destructive and rotten posture like a bomb. The enchantment was torn instantly and slammed in. "Leader!" A roar sounded. Immediately, he saw a figure covered with white hair but exuding a thick golden light, and Shun Shung said, "Grandchild, this is the Lord in your mouth? The one who was in the ancient sky inside, the little guy who saved your life? Also ask my ancestor to save him." Thump! The overlord knelt down and rubbed his head vigorously toward the white-haired figure. "Rest assured, we do not destroy the tyrants and never owe others half-points." The white-haired figure nodded and made a punch in all directions. Suddenly, the sky was falling apart, the stars were shattered, and an overbearing force reached the extreme, enough to suppress the majestic power of all ages, surging up. Huh! As the ancient Tianting war drums were sounded, the fist on the white-hair figure was glittering with golden light, like pushing a rolling sun, a golden chariot. I saw that Long Qing, who had stepped on Jian Wushuang's chest, suddenly panicked. Before he could talk, he was directly blasted and turned into a black spot. "Grandson, take your lord away." The white-hair figure commanded a word, and then turned his eyes directly into two blazes, looking at the surrounding Bingyu Supreme, Qiyang Emperor, and others. I don't know if this 10,000 chaos era has passed. Do people still remember me? The corner of Bai Mao's figure opened, gradually showing a sneer of sneer. Boom! Immediately, I saw this white-haired figure blasted out with a fist, bare hands cracking the sky, and defeated the Supreme. With a fist, he burst the stars and broke the galaxy with one kick. He opened his mouth again and swallowed a sun directly. He was full of golden light, surrounded by endless fairy lights, raising his hands and throwing his feet, directly leading to the void storm. He woke up like a fairy king sleeping in chaos, opened his eyes, and came to the world. In front of him, the sun, moon, and stars are like bullets in their hands, and the heavens and the earth are nothing but a footbath. Can't use any words to describe his domineering and terror. Chapter 4379. Huh! The golden hair on the fist of the white-haired figure is like pushing the sun, and each punch is like a dragon, which directly punches the sky out of the hole to the extreme. The faces of Bingyu Supreme and others sank, and the eyes were shining brightly. Today's sword unparalleled. I will wait for endless troubles come together. Bingyu Extreme opened his mouth coldly and stepped on his right foot severely. A pair of narrow ice wings composed of ice crystals appeared behind him. "Mystery, magic!" He groaned, and the ice sword in his hand was fiercely like a provocative wave on the surface of the sea, chopped down towards the white-haired figure. Several other supreme expressions were dignified. After looking at each other, they also used their housekeeping skills. I missed the kingdom of God. I saw the Qiyang Emperor tearing his hands, and directly surrounding the emptiness into a sea of blood boiling, the kingdom of blood rising at the beginning of the day. Mystery meteor. Mystery, Qinghong first line. Mystery, 6 holy flashes. For a moment, in addition to Long Qing, who was blown away by a white-haired figure and did not know where he had gone, the top 5 supreme supremacy of the other 5 forces shot towards the white-haired figure. Little bunnies, when the old man was crossing the universe, you were not born from the mother. Seeing the shadow of the white-haired man, instead of having any fear on his face, he laughed loudly. I saw that his hands were torn and the endless blood was boiling. He shattered the thought of the kingdom of God directly and swept it once again, and all the supreme masters who were killed towards him were split. All the supernatural powers that are enough to destroy the sky and the earth are banging on the white hair figures, but they can't even keep a mark. Huh! The white hair figure is like the ancient warrior Ling Shi. He shakes Kunlun with his hands and shakes the heavenly gate with his legs. Each punch and foot is like a giant axe that cuts the sky, making the world a chaos. In front of him, these top-level supremes, even half-step invincible supremes, which are enough to enter the top of the universe, are like adults hitting children. These top-level supremes have no power to fight. Click! He stretched out his hand and grabbed the ice sword extremity sword, which was cut by Bingyu Supreme, and said, "Little baby, you were too vain emperor in the temple that was too imaginary. When you saw your husband, you were respectful and did not dare to speak loudly. Dare you point me at the sword?" Dang! The white hair figure slaps in his right hand, tears the entire right hand of Bingyu Supreme directly, then opens his mouth and bites on the ice sword. Click! I saw the ice sword, which had been promoted to the supreme soldier, was bitten by a gap in the white hair figure. Click, click, click. After a few moments of work, the entire ice sword was swallowed into the belly by the white hair figure. The Bai Mao figure patted his belly quite well and took a long nap. At this moment, Bingyu Supreme was covered with sweaty hairs, and the sweat beads appeared on the forehead, and there was no fighting in his heart. "Senior, who are you?" he asked with a pale expression. "Who am I?" Bai Mao said with a smirk, and replied, "Go back and ask your emperor, who is too virtual. That little guy will tell you who the old man is." After that, the white hair shadow looked around and glanced at the other supremes. The old man is now leaving with Wushuang, who will stop the old man. As soon as this remark came to an end, the top and supreme people who had no one in their eyes were arrogant and embarrassed and bowed their heads in silence. The white hair figure shook his head in disdain, glanced at the far-reaching Jian Wushuang, and held up the overlord with both hands and laughed. "Grandson, let's go." "Yes, ancestor." Overlord hurried back. Afterwards, by Mao's ancestors, an overlord left with stride swords and disappeared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, under the huge starry sky, only Bingyu Supreme, Blood Temple Master, and others were left, and their faces stood cloudy and uncertain. "What do we do now?" the Blue Dog Supreme asked. Bingyu Supreme glanced at him, and Lun Heng said, "What else can you do? Why don't you go and grab the sword unparalleled from the old monster?" Shaking his head, Bingyu Supreme stepped and disappeared into this starry sky. The universe is gradually returning to peace. This plan of the 6 Supreme Masters, smashing swords unparalleled, declared defeat again. There was a sudden uproar in the universe, and countless people lamented that Jian Wushuang's luck was amazing. However, before this event began to ferment, a major event that really caused the universe to boil instantly caught everyone's attention and topics. The universe race event opened. On that day, suddenly a vision of heaven descended, and the mighty road came in mighty, and there was no sense between heaven and earth. Reiki surged towards thousands of souls. The world saw only one day, and the number of wise minds was unknown. Many people were under the might of the avenue, and occasionally got the avenue to break through the realm. A magnificent voice sounded through the world. "It's time. I preach in the palace of the night, and anyone who has my chance to come can listen." Immediately, thousands of people worshipped. Countless people look up at the starry sky. All are excited. Ha 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 ha. The grand event of the universe finally opened. The old man waited for hundreds of times of chaos, finally waited until today. This time, I will be one of those 10 listening positions. On this day, countless old monsters trapped in the sleeping retreat awakened and went to the Lingxiao Palace. In addition, the universe, the top forces, immortal descent, ancient holy places, and a country of gods have all been invited to participate in the universe race, and have sent the strongest of their forces to the universe. A race for all peoples. The world is moving and mighty. Thousands of winds and clouds flooded to the Ling Shao Palace. This cosmopolitan event will last for 60 years, and it is the biggest event in the entire universe that includes all races. At this time, all disputes ceased. Nothing was more important than the grand event of the universe. At the same time, in a swampy area in a remote corner of the universe, the three of them, wearing uniform black robes and black armor, had strange breaths and were hiding in the dark. Big 7, the cosmic grand event has begun. The height of 3 meters, as the Supreme said. The Supreme Man, who was called to eat 7, heard a hoarse voice and replied, "Bite 9, let's leave first. The old guy's eyes are very tight. Once he finds that we are here, he will most likely expose the plan." Yen Jiu heard his eyes narrowed and nodded coldly. "Well, let's leave first, but just didn't find that guy. Otherwise, I must crush him." Wow! A swirling inky black hole appeared on the bottom of their feet. The figure of the three of them was like being swamped in a swamp, and was swallowed up by this black hole vortex. Well, wait, it won't be long before we come back. There was unwilling cold laughter in this swamp. Chapter 4380. 3 years have passed. Far north of the universe, one of the 9 forbidden areas. Under a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Old ancestor, how is Jian Wushuang's condition? Should he keep sleeping like this? The overlord placed the sword unparalleled on a huge ice bed and asked, I saw Jian Wushuang at this moment. His breath was faint, and his eyes were closed tightly. He had fallen into the deepest deep sleep. Next to him, the coldness of frost coming out of the Jintian tablet, holding the hand of Jian Wushuang tightly, looking at the sleeping Jian Wushuang. His face was full of distress. The white-haired ancestor heard the words, shook his head, and sighed. Grandson, this little fellow's body has been broken down 67 times, and he can still persist until now. It is already a great luck, but it has already hurt the source of life, and I'm afraid that it is impossible to wake up. Is that so? Overlord's face became a little heavy. When Cold as Frost heard this, she suddenly stunned in her heart. During her whole life, she knelt down to the white-haired figure. Her original clear voice became hoarse, her eyes covered with bloodshots. Senior, I know you can do it. Please save my husband. Hey, what are you doing? Get up soon. The white-haired ancestor quickly lifted the Cold as Frost and shook his head and said, Girl doll, Jian Wushuang once saved the life of the old man's grandchildren. Our tyrants will never owe others. If the old man can save him, naturally he will not hell. It's just that he has already hurt the source of life, and ordinary means can't save it at all. Having said that, he sighed lightly. When Long Wushuang heard the words, Jiao's body flickered, her lips trembled, and she asked in despair, Senior, can't you really save my husband? The Bai Mao ancestor stood with his hands in his hands, nodded when he heard the words, and replied calmly, It can only be seen in his own good fortune. And, with the defect of the origin of life, there will be no more immortality. State, the origin of life will gradually disappear, and Jian Wushuang is afraid that it will truly fall. Speaking of which, Bai Mao's ancestors were pale as Cold as Frost and almost collapsed, and he comfortedly added, However, you don't have to worry about it. The old man's piece of mysterious ice can be the biggest to the extent that Jian Wushuang's vitality fades away. Jian Wushuang wants to truly fall. At least it will take several chaotic periods. Cold as Frost heard this, couldn't help it anymore. His face became pale, like falling into an ice cellar. His body was cold. When the overlord on the side saw this, he seemed to think of something and looked at Bai Mao's ancestors repeatedly. But finally, a decisive expression appeared in his eyes, and he bit his teeth. Our ancestors, there is no secret technique. Nonsense! Before the overlord had finished speaking, the white-haired ancestor glared at him severely and scolded, "Grandson, come out with me." After that, Bai Mao's ancestor took the lead in getting out of this ice cave. I saw the snow outside the ice cave, and the world was white at a glance, and countless mountains in the distance were snow-capped, as if snow dragons were lying on their backs. The overlord silently followed behind Bai Mao's ancestors, and a loud piao shwed a fall on the shoulders of the two, stained with frost. "Grandson, I know what you want to say, but that mystery must be guided by the domineering essence and blood. The old man can save the sword unparalleled. It is already a kindness for you. Do you still want the old man to serve him? Couldn't the essence and blood of the destiny be fulfilled?" The white-haired ancestor turned his back to the overlord, and Shun Shung said, "Alas, our ancestor, please save people to the end and send the Buddha to the west. I am willing to donate my own essence and blood." The overlord knelt down on the white-haired ancestor and buried his head. "You give your destiny?" Bai Mao ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Miscellaneous people, our tyrants are scarce. There are very few who can truly awaken immortal tyrants. Since my eternity afterwards, it has been hard to awaken. You alone, now that you want to donate your blood for the sake of an outsider, do you want to break the supreme? Where do you put our tyrants?" Prank. When Bai Mao's ancestor finally came out with the word Neo-Ao, it was really moving, and an iceberg in the distance suddenly exploded. The overlord trembled when he heard the words, but when he took a deep breath, he summoned the courage to say, "Old ancestor, the reason why I want to save the sword, unparalleled in this way, is for the consideration of our overlords." "Oh, for our bullies?" The white-haired ancestor turned around and looked down at the overlord who was kneeling in front of him and said, sneer, "Then you talk about it. How do you think about this way of thinking?" The overlord nodded and said in a deep voice, "Our ancestor, as you said, we are a rare family of overlords, and there are even fewer who can truly awaken the overlords. Because of this, our overlords are only in the universe. Among the clan, we have not been able to become the top clan. However, if we have the help of Jian Wushuang, maybe we can become the top clan in the universe, and it will be prosperous forever. Eternal prosperity, just because he is a little guy who hasn't broken the supreme and cannot protect himself?" Bai Mao's ancestor laughed out loud, as if he had heard some funny jokes. "Good." However, the overlord nodded his head and replied, "Our ancestor, you do nt know Jian Wushuang, so you will say so, but I know him. Do you know, the first time I met Jian Wushuang, he is only a 5th-level master, but in just tens of thousands of years, he is enough to kill the supreme." "Our ancestor, what is this concept?" I have always seen people very accurately. Jian Wushuang is a man who has repayment and revenge. We will save Jian Wushuang once today. If he can survive, he will return in the future. Definitely not comparable today. Seeing Bai Mao's ancestor still wanting to speak, the overlord directly drew his head down deeply and said in a long voice, "I also asked my ancestor to help his grandson once, and he will pave the way for his grandson." "You..." The white-haired ancestor heard the words. The color of groan flashed on his face, finally sighed, took a step forward, and touched the head of the overlord's head. "Well, anyway, the old man's path of cultivation has come to his head, even if let's bet on the future now." Speaking of which, I saw the overlord rushing to his feet, and his face floated with joy, and he was about to thank him. He saw the white-haired ancestor glaring at him again, and said, "Not only is the elbow turning outward, but it is also frizzy. System?" Seeing the overlord smirk, www. Novel. The white-haired ancestor couldn't help but feel angry and funny, finally shook his head and said, The old man can now use his natural blood and blood to perform the secret technique to save the sword unparalleled. But I said ugly at the front. This is tantamount to giving Jianwu a double body shape and creating an indestructible domineering body. The chances of success are slim, but 1% if he cannot support himself. But the source of life completely collapses and falls, then leave the old man to blame. The overlord couldn't decide for a moment when he heard the words and said, "Our ancestor. How about letting the sword unparalleled pair decide?" The white-haired ancestor nodded, heard a word, stepped out, and stepped into the ice cave again. I saw the ice-cold bed, cold as frost, kneeling beside Jian Wushuang, his fingers touching the face of Jian Wushuang. His eyes burst into tears, his voice choked. The white-haired ancestor saw this, his eyes flickered, and a deep voice spoke. "Women, my husband sent swords without a match, but there is also the risk of falling. Do you want it or not?" Chapter 43, 81. Good fortune? Lung Rushuang heard the words for a moment, and then he was a little confused. "Senior, please tell me more." The white-haired ancestor nodded and replied, "The old man has a way to save Jian Wushuang, which is based on the blood of the old man, so that he can exchange blood and awaken the domineering body. Once Jian Wushuang can awaken the domineering body, the source of life will tend to eternity. Truly immortal, he will naturally survive. However, the old man needs to remind you that even if it is a tyrant, there is a tyrant blood in the body. If you want to awaken the tyrant, it is only a 1/10 chance. Moreover, Jian Wushuang does not yet have a tyrant blood. It was just taking the blood of the old man as a guide. Once he failed to awaken the domineering body, he was afraid that he would really fall." After speaking, Bai Mao's ancestor stopped talking, but stared coldly at Frost. He confessed that he had done everything right, and the rest was left to him to decide by himself. Lung Rushuang heard the expression for a while, then took a deep breath, and thanked him and said, "Thank you for your advice, but this matter is very important. I want to think about it first. It's natural." The white-haired ancestor nodded, smiled slightly, and then got up and left the ice cave, and Ren Rongru weighed the pros and cons himself. After Bai Mao's ancestors left, the ice cave suddenly became silent. Cold as frost stood beside Jian Wushuang, his thumb with a gentle divine power wiped off the thin frost on Jian Wushuang's face. His expression was bewildered. She wanted Jian Wushuang to come alive, but she was more afraid of the mystery failure. Jian Wushuang fell directly and left him. Her heart was like swinging on a swing. "Fu Jun, what do you say I should do?" Cold as frosting to himself, he put his head on Jian Wushuang's chest, listening to Jian Wushuang's weak heartbeat. Time passes slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Bai Mao's ancestors have never stepped into the ice cave, ever since he made that remark on that day. The overlord came in a few times and tried to say something, but was swallowed by him, and finally just looked at Jian Wushuang for a while, and then left. A year has passed. In this snow and ice-forbidden area, there is no night and day, and it will always be white and blank, and the concept of time cannot be distinguished. Lung Rushuang is like a sculpture, forgetting to practice and forgetting to practice, so he stubbornly stood by Jian Wushuang. She was struggling internally. If she did not use the secret method, 1 day sooner or later, Jian Wushuang would really leave him. And if she used the secret method, although Jian Wushuang might be awake, or even go further, there is a greater possibility that she would be buried, to die. Then it is equivalent to killing her close lover herself. How can this be tolerated? Time was spent in my thoughts until one day when she felt cold and saw Jian Wushuang's hair slowly turn to gray. She couldn't help it anymore. "Fu Jun, I think if you can make your own choice, you will definitely choose to fight once." At this moment, Lung Rushuang remembered a lot of things, remembered that Jian Wushuang turned to fight 3,000 miles. One sword was once a million division. think of Jian Wushuang's countless counterattacks, and then stood up. At this moment, the heavens in her heart finally tilted towards the side of mystery. Fu Jun, if you wake up, you will naturally be happy, but if you fail to wake up and die, then I am as cold as a frost, but if I accompany you to death, what fear? Shangpur Green Fel Huangquan, I am as cold as frost to accompany you to rush and die, without regrets. There was a wave of firmness in the cold, frosty eyes, took a deep breath, and strode out of the ice cave. Outside the ice cave, Bai Mao's ancestor was sitting in front of the thousands of ice lakes, holding a bamboo pole and fishing quietly. Hearing the frosty footsteps, Bai Mao's ancestor did not turn back and said lightly, "Girl doll, are you ready to make a decision?" Lung Rushuang nodded his head and said firmly, "Also ask my predecessors to perform magical powers and save my husband. Do you really regret it?" "Not regret." "Good." A smile appeared on Bai Mao's ancestor's face, shook his fishing rod, and stood up. "Then, let's get started." Bai Mao's ancestors strode into the ice cave, followed by Bawang and Len Grushwang. "You don't need to come in, just wait for the old man outside." The Overlord and Lung Rushuang heard each other and stopped. The snow and ice outside the ice caves are getting bigger and bigger, and there is a great deal of momentum. Overlord and cold, as Frost began to wait, quietly. Inside the ice cave, the white-haired ancestor stood with his hands in his hands, glanced at the sword Wushuang, lying on the Wanzai Xianbing, and murmured to himself, "The good wind relies on strength to send me to Qingyun. Little man, the old man will give you this good fortune. Whether you can go straight to Qingyun depends on your own ability. Don't let the old man down." Huh! Suddenly, the white hair ancestors were covered with golden light. All white hair was scattered, revealing a magnificent and majestic body. His eyes were like fire, his blood was exuberant, and his whole body was glittering with gold light, just like the gold-armored war who stepped out from 9 days. Next moment, he pointed out his index finger and banged it on Jian Wushuang's eyebrow. A tiny bit of golden blood broke out from his fingertips, entered the heart of Jian Wushuang's eyebrows, and was quickly absorbed. As the ancestors of Bai Mao's ancestors were absorbed, I saw Jian Wushuang's pale and bloodless face, and suddenly a faint reddish-gray, gray hair, and turned black again. In contrast, Bai Mao's ancestors, who were originally burly and tall, gradually dried up, and their original radiance like the sun was gradually diminishing. Do you want a few drops of sperm blood to dominate the world, reverse life and death, and reshape the source of life? The price of Bai Mao's ancestors is far more than telling the Overlord. Time flies, years go by, and in the blink of an eye, it's been years. Click! The gate of the ice cave opened, and Bai Mao ancestors stepped out of the ice cave. "Girl doll, my husband has 10 good-looking pills here, and every so often, you swallow the sword warrior. As for whether he can wake up, it depends on him." Bai Mao's ancestors' eyes can hardly hide the tiredness. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and said, "Thank you for your elders. The elders, my husband and I, are unforgettable." Cold as Frost suddenly rejoiced. After receiving the jade bottle, he made a loud noise towards the white-haired ancestor. "No need." The white-haired ancestor shook his head, then stepped forward and disappeared in front of them. Not as cold as Frost, quickly entered the ice cave. I saw Jian Wushuang lying on the ice bed. Although he was still not awake, the complexion on his face was no longer pale, but a little ruddy. 10 days later, as cold as Frost, he took a Longan-sized Dan pill from the jade bottle and carefully inserted it into Jian Wushuang's mouth. Later, she began to wait for Jian Wushuang's transformation. Chapter 43, 82, Dark. Endless darkness. Jian Wushuang felt as if he had fallen into an eternal void, where everything was still, There was no sun, no moon, no stars, no day and night. Jian Wushuang felt himself and turned into a ray of energy scattered in this void. He was so confused, he didn't know where he came from or where he was going. He wandered like this, not knowing how long it had been. Maybe it was an instant, or maybe 10,000 years, and suddenly in the endless night there was a hint of redness, a trace of red. Subsequently, this Inhong became more and more and more. The world is no longer monotonous black, but is rendered into a bright red. Suddenly, a ray of light exploded in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. He began to have sensations, touches, pain, all feelings and memories, how the tide was flowing. I am swordless. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's consciousness awakened from his deep sleep. He didn't wait for him to think about it. When he wasn't fallen, a magnificent force that broke the world. No, it should be said to be energy. Into his body. Pain. Heartbreaking pain. Under this violent and magnificent force, Jian Wushuang felt that his body was torn by the burst. This great power comes from his blood. His blood was burning like a flame, and he wanted to burn him all. No, exactly, it should be a foreign blood, constantly tearing the particles, atoms, and cells in his own blood, so as to replace it. This blood, as vigorous as the rising sun, with endless vitality, made a radical change in his body. Under this change, his missing and lost life source began to repair step by step and moved in another direction. At the same time, inside the ice cave, by Mao's ancestors as cold as frost, were all around Jian Wushuang, watching Jian Wushuang. At this moment, the sword was unparalleled. I saw that his eyes were still closed and fell asleep, but he was aware of it. He seemed to be experiencing something extremely painful. His eyebrows were wrinkled, his eyelashes were constantly fluttering, his body was red and hot, and he even opened them from time to time. Road crack. Senior, what is my husband doing now? Cold as frost asked anxiously. The white-haired ancestor's eyes flashed, and when Yen said, "Women, do you know the story of breaking a cocoon into a butterfly?" Jian Wushuang is now experiencing the most critical step of breaking a cocoon into a butterfly. If he can survive, it will sublime as much as possible, break the life sacrifice, and recover, awaken the indomitable body, and then go further. But if he can't survive it, he will die, and everything will become nothing. When Long Rushuang heard this, a heart tightened instantly and couldn't help asking, "Senior, what can I do?" "You." Patriarch Bai Mao gave him a glance and shook his head. "The only thing you can do now is to wait quietly and see how he experiences this transformation. This transformation is both good and bad. Blessing or misfortune lies in his own thoughts." Cold as frost heard the words, stopped talking, converged his thoughts, and silently prayed in his heart. Time is gone. It is a few years. 30 years have passed since the moment Sword Wushuang was rescued. Overlord has departed and headed for the Cosmopolitan event. Stuck. I saw the godless body of the sword at this moment, already covered with numerous dense cracks like a patchwork of ceramics, and it seemed that it would soon be broken. His eyebrows were tightly twisted, and his face was full of pain. It seems that this little fellow, Jian Wushuang, can't stand it. The white-haired ancestor shook his head and said, "Shun Sheng." At this point, Bai Mao's ancestor sighed softly and said, "Even if it is our tyrants, it is extremely difficult to awaken the indomitable tyrants, not to mention the young man Jian Wushuang. Failure is justified." "Is that so?" Cold as frost heard the words, could not help but utter a grin. All efforts are in vain in the end. At this moment, cold as frost as death, she gently held Jian Wushuang's palm, wiped some wet eyes, and squeezed a strong smile on her face. First, she thanked the white-haired ancestor. and then looked at Jian Wushuang. Tenderness. Fu Jun, it's okay. Even if it's dead, I will accompany you. Seeing this, the ancestor of Bai Mao could not help but sigh again. I'm crazy. Click and wipe. There are more and more cracks in Jian Wushuang's body. Just when Jian Wushuang's body is about to burst completely, life is on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, one came from the depths of Jian Wushuang's soul, and the power from his super-perfect chaotic creatures burst out, turning into a mask, enclosing the entire sword. Under this power, Jian Wushuang's originally fragile body began to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and stride in a direction that even the Bai Mao ancestors didn't know. The white-haired ancestor was startled. His eyes flickered sharply. He didn't know what happened to Jian Wushuang, but he could feel that Jian Wushuang's originally weak life source boiled violently, and his breath of life was like a raging fire which was burning. He was palpitated by the scent of life that was boiling and burning. Perfect chaotic creature. Bai Mao's ancestor looked at Jian Wushuang in suspicion. Only then did he realize that Jian Wushuang was a perfect chaotic creature rare in ancient times. What kind of spark will the immortal bull body and the perfect chaotic creature collide with? In this case, even Bai Mao's ancestors could not give an answer. Let's go out, don't disturb him. He took a deep breath. Although he didn't know what the situation was, he knew that Jian Wushuang was undergoing a transformation that has never been seen before and has never come after. This world has never transformed. What happened? Cold as frost heard a word. Jian Wushuang may be awake. The ancestor of Bai Mao looked like a torch, saying it word by word. Afterwards, he took the cold as frost, left this magnificent ice cave, and watched from a distance. Grunt, grunt, grunt. A heavy gasp came out of the ice cave like a thunderous thunder, as if it was a flood monster, and began to awaken. Grunt, grunt. This gasp sounded like a big drum, dull and deep. Then the sound grew louder and louder. At last, an explosion that destroyed the world came out, and the ice cave, condensed by countless chaos eras, burst open. In this explosion, countless glaciers exploded, and ice peaks shattered to form avalanches of avalanches. In this scene of world extinction, a golden light suddenly rose into the sky, straight up into the clouds. Chapter 43, 83. Rumble. Snowflakes fluttered, and scum splashed. That golden light shot for 9 days, as the same round of fiery sun floated, melting numerous snow and ice. In this golden light, a dark-haired dark man opened his eyes slowly. Sword unparalleled. Fu Jun. Suddenly, Bai Mao's ancestors' eyes flickered, and his eyes were crying with joy. I saw in the eyes of the two the bright golden light gradually dispersed, revealing Jian Wushuang's upper body naked figure. At this moment, the sword was unparalleled. Its appearance suddenly changed, and its thick black hair was breathing wildly. It dangled to the heel. The original white body was now covered with golden runes. This is nothing, especially the eyes of Jian Wushuang. The biggest change, that is a pair of purple gold eyes. Jian Wushuang's black and white eyes disappeared, replaced by a pair of purple gold eyes. At the position of his eyebrow, there was a purple Chuan mark. Chaos Overlord. Suddenly, Bai Mao's ancestor was shocked. His eyes showed an unbelievable look. He stared at Jian Wushuang tightly. Breathing couldn't help becoming heavy. Senior, what is Chaos Overlord? As cold as frost, he asked in confusion. The white-haired ancestor took a deep breath, still staring at Jian Wushuang intently, and said with a deep voice in his mouth, Girl dolls, all races of the world are born from the chaos of the universe. Ancestors, etc. We do not destroy the tyrant family. Of course, the same is true. And we do not destroy the tyrant family, the first person born in the chaos of the universe, that is, the ancestor of the tyrant. He is the tyrant of the tyrant. Unexpectedly, the essence of my domineering body actually let Jian Wushuang, the little guy, wake up and return to his ancestors, inspiring Yuanzi's chaotic domineering body. With that said, Bai Mao's ancestors' expression was wonderful. They are a family of tyrants who have been able to awaken the indomitable tyrants since the generations passed on. Only a few people can think of a person who has nothing to do with them and awaken the chaotic tires. He can see that although the current sword is unparalleled, the Chaos Overlord has just begun to get started, but if it takes time, it will most likely grow to the level of Overlord Ancestor. That is where he is today. For the time being, it is difficult to look beyond its reach. Why is this? Because Jian Wushuang is the reason for the perfect chaotic life. There was a pensive thought in Bai Mao's ancestors' eyes. Over 9 days, Jian Wushuang looked down at his flesh covered with godliness. His eyes flashed for a while. He can feel that there is a horrible power almost exploding in his body now. That power is the supreme physical force that blows the stars and blows the stars. He felt that now. He seemed to be able to blow a supreme with one punch. This power. Jian Wushuang exhaled softly and immediately turned over with his right hand. Wu Weiss Excalibur appeared in his hand. He took the Wu Cry Excalibur and swiped his chest hard, but it was a long stream of sparks, without even breaking the skin. How did it happen? He was a little shy. Didn't he clearly die in the hands of Longqing? Why not only did he not die, but he sublimated as much as possible, and his body suddenly became so powerful. At this moment, a white-haired figure, coming at a very fast speed, stood in front of him 1 step. As soon as he was about to ask, he saw this white-haired figure constantly looking up and down, as if he had been treasured, and finally laughed. Ha ha, I did read it right. It was Chaos Overlord. Senior, are you? Jian Wushuang looked puzzled and arched his hand towards the white-haired ancestor. He could feel that although the white-haired ancestor was exceptionally strong, he was not malicious to him, and there was even a kind of sameness between the two, the natural closeness of a vein. Fu Jun, this is the ancestor of the ancestor. He saved you. Cold as frost came in the air, smiled. Immediately, the cold as frost told the white-haired ancestors how to rescue him from those 6 supreme masters, and how to use the secret technique to awaken him. Immediately, Jian Wushuang moved, and hurriedly and respectfully respected the Bai Mao ancestors, saying, Senior ancestors, today's grace is like a remake. Such great graces and great deeds are not memorable. They will be useful to me in the future, when the sword was unparalleled. Shangpur Bai fell to Huangquan, and my sword was unparalleled. The Bai Mao ancestor smiled when he heard the words, and waved his hand indifferently. You're welcome. You saved my grandson's life, but the old man just paid the favor for the grandson. Jian Wushuang shook his head and calmed back. Senior ancestors, I saved the Overlord at first, but it was a smooth hand recreated with your kindness, not the same day. Bai Mao's ancestors were not arrogant people who pushed back and forth. He smiled and replied, Little guy, you have the bloodline heritage of the old man. You can be regarded as half of the old man's descendants. So, what kind of accidents have you encountered when my tyrants are in great danger and can no longer shelter the tyrants? You can take a hand and carry them back, and you will be returned to today's grace. How? This is nature. Jian Wushuang nodded firmly. The white-haired ancestor saw this, and there was a touch of relief in his eyes. The sword is unparalleled, and the husband will not stay much anymore. When you are sleeping, this girl doll stays beside you day and night to take care of you carefully. You too should be gentle. After that, Bai Mao's ancestors were about to leave. But before he left, he seemed to think of something again, adding, "Yes, the sword is unparalleled. The cosmic race of the universe has been open for 40 years. You better hurry up, because the adult will immediately at the Grand Cosmos event, 10 people will be selected to become the children of the seat and listen to the last 10 years. You must not delay." The words fell. Bai Mao's ancestors didn't hesitate anymore, and as soon as they stepped on, they were like a fireball disappeared into the sword vision. Has it been 40 years for the Universe Festival? Jian Wushuang's pupils narrowed slightly, and his eyes flashed thoughts. Immediately, Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts. His eyes turned to frost. His eyes were soft and loving. 1 year later, on the snow plain, Jian Wushuang wore a large black robe, and his back was too sacred. He walked barefoot. Every step he took was on the thousands of feet of ice, leaving a deep mark of fire. "Shuanger, leave for your husband first. Take care of yourself. Father, stand here waiting for you to return safely." Cold as frost, wearing a purple fringed dress, standing behind Jian Wushuang, smiled slightly. "It is good." Jian Wushuang nodded towards her, and then hesitated, pressing his right hand against the white jade card on his waist. That was the pass to the Cosmic Grand event, the Night Palace. Click! Suddenly, the white jade brand shattered, and a soft light burst into the sky. Huh! The next moment, the sky of Wanli clear sky suddenly changed. I saw countless clouds torn apart, and a white beam suddenly shot down from the sky to form an aperture. Jian Wushuang stepped into this aperture. "Call out!" The light beam was withdrawn, the world was clear, and the figure of Jian Wushuang disappeared. To download the latest TXT ebook of this book, please click Book Mobile Reading, Book Reviews. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the favorite below to record this time, Chapter 438, Chaos Bully. Read the record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 4384. Whirring. A 9-day wind came, and Jian Wushuang was held up by a colorful, auspicious cloud, constantly breaking through the void, shuttled through the crack, and swept away in an unknown direction. The sword stood without a negative hand, and among the purple gold eyes, the thoughts kept flashing. In this year, in addition to being cold and frosty, he spent most of his time familiarizing himself with this chaotic hegemony and inquiring with Bai Mao ancestors about the events of the universe. First of all, it is this chaos overlord. For Jian Wushuang, the previous self, whether it is the understanding of kendo or the understanding of the laws of the universe or the strength of divine power, is the pinnacle of the dominion in the world. Even looking at eternity, there are few who can stand by him. His only shortcoming is physical strength. His body in the realm of can only be regarded as ordinary. Even some practitioners specializing in the body, or some races that are inherently strong in the body, are far more powerful than him. But now, as he awakens the Chaos Overlord, this short board is finally filled. And the advantage this brings is that now he is afraid that he will stand in place and let the Elementary Supreme come to kill. The Elementary Supreme cannot break his defense, and he can directly punch a Elementary Supreme with one punch. Burst. In addition, the avenue is connected. He tried to use the Taro Excalibur again, and the backlash that sucked him away instantly has been minimized. In other words, he will truly master the Taro Excalibur, no longer limited by the number of times. This is where Jian Wushuang is most pleased. Today, I am enough to truly kill the Supreme. Even the top Supreme can fight it. Jian Wu's eyes flickered. His eyes flashed cold and murderous. I don't know how many void cracks have been shuttled. After a moment, a magnificent palace built on the clouds of 9 days appeared in front of the sword without two sides. I saw that the palace was lifted by gorgeous red clouds and paved with blue brick and white jade glazed tiles. There were elegant cranes around the palace shaking their wings to fly up and down, and a rainbow across the palace. Countless rich avenues and the power of the rules have brought a sense of calmness and affinity. In the middle of the palace, a plaque hung with the word Liao Xiao was quaint and simple. Is this the Lingxiao Palace? Jian Wushuang sighed slightly. This Lingxiao Palace is really like a fairy land, rare in the world. Who's here? Is there an invitation? Outside the Lingxiao Palace, two soldiers wearing silver armor, wearing silver helmets and holding long rifles, stood at the gate of the Ling Palace, asking loudly, that adult is really a big hand. The God Keeper, who is responsible for the gatekeeper, is a supreme practice. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, then stepped down, fell outside the gate of the Night Palace, grabbed his backhand, and grabbed the white jade token that was obtained in Shinkong Ancient Road, and said, "The invitation letter is this token?" "Sir, wait a minute, let me wait and see for one or two." The two gods will respectfully receive the sword token from Jian Wushuang, and after carefully looking at it, return the Baiyu token to Jian Wushuang, and say, "Hello, please." "Well, thank you." Jian Wushuang nodded towards the two gods and stepped into the gate of the Lingxiao Palace immediately. As soon as I stepped on, I saw a long white jade staircase, which appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Next to this white jade staircase, a number of supreme strong men with different appearances are sitting side by side. Some are born with tiger heads, others are catfish become gods, and others are old friends with 3 heads and 6 arms, eyes full of faces. This is the top race in the universe. It seems that their order of sitting is in order of strength. The more they sit in front, the higher their strength. When they saw the sword Wushuang coming, a flash of doubt flashed in their eyes, and they whispered, "Who is this person? Why did you just rush to the Cosmopolitan event at this time?" "Well, this person seems to be the ultimate dominator." "Ultimate dominance? Didn't you attend the grand event of the universe? Are there only the 3 ultimate masters who have qualified in the ancient road to the stars?" "Yeah, the Overlord and the real Luozi have arrived. This person is sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang is here." Suddenly, the house was sensational. Sword Wushuang, in the near universe, is definitely a name like Lei Guaner, the ultimate master of the area, but the supreme death in his hands has far exceeded the number of hands. You know, what a terrible figure this is. Even in the presence of many supreme masters, very few people have slaughtered so many supreme masters. The shadows of the famous trees, the supremes sitting on this white jade ladder, are almost all elementary or middle supreme. And his face suddenly changed slightly, looking at Jian Shuang's eyes, full of fear. Unexpectedly, the 6 top-level supremes at the time, including the invincible supremes, such as Bingyu, strangled Jian Wushuang together and let him escape. Did he even dare to attend the cosmic event of the universe? Taishu Temple, Dragon, and other forces this time also participated in the event of the clan. It seems that this cosmic event is going to twist and turn. On the white jade ladder, many supremes shook their heads to discuss. The sword has no 2 sides and no expression, and step by step across the stone steps. The stagnant power from this stone steps is almost negligible for him who now has the Chaos Overlord. Dragon, Taishu Temple, are they all here? When Jian Wushuang heard the discussion, there was a flash of murder in his eyes. It's time to settle new accounts and old accounts. Jian Wushuang mouth corner evoked Mori cold smile. Flip-flop. This white jade staircase has a total of 999 floors. When Jian Wushuang walked to the middle position, there was no elementary supreme existence. Almost all of them were intermediate supreme. When they looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, They were a little less awe and suspicion, but a little more fun and teasing. "Oh, isn't this sword unparalleled? A stricken dog dare to come to the highest level of the universe?" Just then, a dark sneer came. "Okay." Jian Wushuang looked up and saw a supreme man wearing a white robe with the word "too virtual" embroidered on his back, and looked at him with a sneer in front. "People who are too virtual temple?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. "Jinnan, the owner of the third temple of Taishu Temple." I saw the supreme, stood up, and stood in front of Jian Wushuang, and said with a smile, "Jinnan." Jian Wushuang thought about it. This name is a little familiar. It seems that when he was supreme in the ancient sky, he wanted to intercept and kill King Jiujia, but later he was chased and killed by King Jiujia. Finally, King Jiujia let him go. "Oh." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Then, get away." "Huh." Jian Wushuang's one punch, Jin Guangkankan, directly blasted this Jinan Supreme. Chapter 43:85. Laugh. At this moment, Sword Wushuang's whole body was lightened, purple and gold eyes were full of light, the purple Chuan word on the eyebrow flashed a touch of magic, and the original plain appearance had an inexplicably handsome and overbearing air. "Sword unparalleled, you." There was a flash of anger in Jinan Supreme's eyes. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang dared to shoot at him directly at the cosmic race. "Well, if you use the Wu Ding Chaos Ding or the Tai Luo Divine Sword, the old man will still not jealous of your 3-point physical power dare to oppose the old man." Immediately, Jinan Supreme sneered, and the endless supreme divine power surged in his hands, making a good decision in his heart. In this case, then he was simply at the cosmic event of the universe, giving Jian Wushuang an ugly look and let him lose it in front of the nations. Face. Seeing other supreme things, the sense of play on their faces became more and more abundant. For them, Jian Wushuang was a stranger, and they did not mind seeing Jian Wushuang at the grand event of the universe. A muffled sound exploded. However, a shocking scene happened. I saw Jian Wushuang's punch wrapped in golden light, and he directly blasted the hands of Jinan Supreme, blasting them inch by inch, crushing them all the way, smashing and dying, and finally hit the chest of Jinan Supreme, breaking all ways. Huh! The position of Jinan Supreme's chest was like being hit hard by a sledgehammer, showing a short concave trend. And then the whole person flew out like a shell and rolled down the white jade stairs. How could this be? Isn't Jian Wushuang using a sword? This physical power is even stronger than the supreme body specializing in me. Suddenly, many exclaimed lips on both sides of the white jade stairs exclaimed. They looked at Jian Wushuang, who was expressionless, with extreme astonishment in their eyes. "It's vulnerable." Jian Wushuang retracted his fist, shook his head, and continued to move towards the white jade ladder. According to the ancestors of Bai Mao, this white jade staircase is just the periphery of the Cosmos Grand Event. Although it can be considered to participate in the Cosmos Grand Event, even the face of the adult cannot be seen. At the event, mix some spirits and spirits. If you are lucky, maybe you can still hear a word or two when the adult preaches. The Cosmopolitan Grand Event, where all the ethnic groups gather, basically has a name and a surname in the universe, and the top-ranked races will get different numbers of admission tickets. But I was really fortunate enough to enter the infield of the event. There were very few people who saw that adult, according to the past, unless I got a voucher in the Ancient Star Road, or among the top people in the universe, the top rank 10 only then have a chance. Just as Jian Wushuang stepped up and kept thinking, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in front of him. "Swords are unparalleled. Don't come here." Jian Wushuang looked up and saw a woman with a stunning appearance, looking at him with a smile. "You are." Jian Wushuang heard a word of surprise and was a little puzzled. He didn't seem to have seen this woman, but she felt a little familiar between them. Don't you know me? The stunning woman reached out and brushed her face, and a blue veil suddenly appeared, covering the face under the eyes, only showing a pair of beautiful eyes. Master Lan. Jian Wushuang, first stunned, then a little surprised, and smiled. Master Lan, why are you here? For this blue man, Jian Wushuang is still very impressed and has a good impression. This is my master's dojo. Am not here. Where am I? The stunning woman waved her right hand. The blue veil disappeared, and she covered her mouth with a laugh. This is your master's dojo. When Jian Wushuang heard the words for a second, he felt a little confused in his head and didn't want to understand what it meant. Isn't this adult's place the Night Palace? Next moment, Jian Wushuang asked something incredible. Master Lan, do you mean that your master is that master? Giggle, did you think? The pretty woman's playful chow Jian Wushuang blinked and then said, Jian Wushuang, you don't have to call me Lord Lan. Just call me Lan Lan. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and arched. I was in the ancient road of Shinkong that day, and there were more Lan Lan girls to mention. I said thank you, and I went outside. Jian Wushuang, follow me into the Xiao Road Association. My master will come out soon, but he appreciates you quite a bit. Lan Lan smiled slightly at the sword Wushuang, then turned around. Lianbu moved lightly, took the sword Wushuang across the white jade steps, and stepped into the palace of Lingxiao Palace. I saw a total of 78 case files in the great hall of the Lingxiao Palace. Behind each case, there was a strong man with at least the top and supreme level. After Jian Wushuang walked in, countless eyes were suddenly focused on Jian Wushuang. Sword unparalleled. Huh, really hateful. Let this little thief escape his life. This little thief even dared to come to the Cosmopolitan Grand Event. I really don't know how to write the dead words. These eyes are extremely complicated. There are killing, hate, and surprise. Jian Wushuang's face sank. His gaze swept across these 78 cases. Oh, there are many acquaintances in this hall. The ice masthead of the Taishu Temple, the Qiyang God Emperor of the Qiyang Divine Kingdom, the Master of the Blood Celestial Hall of the Blood Celestial Hall, and the Dragon of the Dragon family. At first, the 6 forces involved in strangling him were all there. In addition, there are some old acquaintances. Sword unparalleled. You did not disappoint this seat. This seat has been waiting for you for a long time. The man talking was a white-haired, pale-faced man who was indifferent. But at this moment, Jiao Jiawang, who has always been unsmiling, has a slight smile on his face. Sword unparalleled. You are strong again. Jian Wushuang glanced at him and replied with a smile. You got stronger too. In these tens of thousands of years, the King of 9 Calamities has broken through to the extreme. Once the King of 9 Kings had just broken through the Supreme, he could kill the High Supreme, even compared to the Top Supreme, but it was only one line away. After breaking through the Medium Supreme, he was afraid of another leap in strength. For the perfect chaotic creatures, such as King of the 9 Kings, it is better not to break through, but once it breaks through, the strength soars much more than ordinary people. Jian Wushuang, when this cosmic race is over, how about you and me? The King of 9 Robbers said. I do the same. Jian Wushuang nodded at him. Allied, are you awake? Just then, a surprise sound came from the other side. It is Overlord. There was an empty spot beside him, and Lan Lan said, Jian Wushuang, that's where you are? Hurry up. Jian Wushuang nodded towards Lan Lan first, then strode over towards the Overlord. Chapter 43, 86. Jian Wushuang, are you really awake? The Overlord looked up at Sword Wushuang up and down. His face was slightly red, and he said, Incredible. He clearly remembered that Jian Wushuang was in a precarious state before he left the ice cave, and even he thought Jian Wushuang's awakening had failed. That's right. Jian Wushuang, why are you different from me? He looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, and then asked with some confusion. He clearly remembered his body, but without the ancient and mysterious patterns of Jian Wushuang, his eyes did not turn purple gold. Jian Wushuang smiled at him. It seems that this overlord does not know what the Chaos Overlord is, but he has no intention to explain it. Otherwise, it will inevitably have a feeling of ostentation. For the overlord, Jian Wushuang sincerely thanked him. If this was not Overlord's request to buy Mao's ancestor to save him, I am afraid that he is dead now. And where else can he appear at this cosmic event? This also makes Jian Wushuang lament the wonder of the cause and effect in the world. At the beginning of the starry sky, he beheaded and killed the prisoner dragon. As a result, the behemoth of the dragon family was accidentally saved, but the overlord saved by accident was at the most critical point. At this moment, he saved his life and made him awaken the Chaos Overlord as much as possible to sublime further. A drink and a peck are all causal. I don't know why it turned out like this. Guess what kind of variation it is? Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. Variation? The overlord smashed his tongue and shook his head and sighed. You, the hegemon, feels more powerful than me. If it is a mutation, I would like to have such a mutation. After a pause, the overlord asked, Sword unparalleled, what are your plans next? Intend. Jian Wushuang drank a glass of spirit wine from the case and drank a touch of Mori cold smile. Since they didn't kill me, it's time to settle accounts. Overlord Wenyan's pupils narrowed slightly, then nodded and said, Swords are unparalleled. I have reached an agreement with the young patriarch of the Mora family, the holy son of the 9-star Holy Land, and some other disciples from the top forces in the Sword League. You, the leader, say that they will all come to help you. Jian Wushuang heard a little bit of words and groaned. This matter is very important, and we need to discuss it from the long term. Just as the two kept talking, shivering, suddenly a rather harsh voice sounded beside them. Just because of you, these black people want to deal with those 6 forces? Okay. Jian Wushuang heard the words, squinted, and looked away, and saw the ultimate master sitting on the other side of the overlord, dismissive. The ultimate dominator was full of blue hair and a beard, 2 beards on his mouth, and his face full of contempt. And who are you? Jian Wushuang asked lightly. Before waiting for this person to speak, he saw the overlord next to him with a dignified expression. Leader, his name is Tian Luzi. It was the Xingkong ancient road that arrived after you left. He immediately defeated the Sword Alliance and became the new ruler of Xingkong ancient road at that time. Rarely, he turned to his men. In recent years, Tian Luzi has also made a lot of fame in the universe, and even killed the Supreme as well. He is a man who is not only the leader, but you. Oh, you are a loser, but you remember it well. Tian Luzi gave a glance at Bawang, then turned to Jian Wushuang, sneer, and said, Jian Wushuang, the universe has been advocating what your first genius is. Well, I think that's just a stigma. You haven't met me yet. Speaking of which, Tian Luzi paused, glanced at Jian Wushuang, and provocatively said, Jian Wushuang, wait for the end of this cosmic race. How will we fight? See, who is the real universe? Only on the first day. If I lose, my Tian Luzi is willing to submit to you for your use. But if your sword is unparalleled, hey, then I'm sorry, in the future your sword, unparalleled, will see how far I can roll. Jian Wushuang, how is it? Do you have the courage to fight me? Jian Wushuang heard the expression calmly, put down his wine glass and shook his head, not interested in. After that, Jian Wushuang no longer cares about him, but turns his eyes to look at Long Qing, who is staring at him aside. Long Qing didn't expect it. I can survive. Sword unparalleled. For today's Jian Wushuang. In addition to the top of the Supreme, this is no matter what Tian Luzi or the Jinan Supreme, who was blocking the road before, has long been ignored by him and is not at a level. He couldn't even stir him up or wait. It's like an elephant. He doesn't care about the ants shouting at him. Well, sword unparalleled, you can rest assured that you can't live long. Long Qing licked her lips and shot a deep grudge in her eyes. This sentence you should say to yourself. Jian Wu's eyes stared at him indifferently and returned coldly. That ignored Tian Luozi, and his face turned blue and white for a while, but no one would care about him. The atmosphere of the hall seemed calm, but the 6 forces headed by the Dragon Clan had long been surging in secret, staring at Jian Wushuang, Zhu Jiawang, and others, and the killing intention in their eyes was almost condensed into substance. Everyone knows that once the cosmic event is over, there will be an uproar in the entire universe. Time passed slowly, and the main seat of the hall remained vacant. Everyone was waiting silently, waiting for the master of this grand event of the universe. I don't know how long it has been before, the whole night palace suddenly shakes. The sound of countless avenues rose, and the lotuses covered with roads condensed out of thin air, and then bloomed. Lon, who was standing on both sides of the theme, and another boy with red lips and white teeth suddenly looked at the sky, and knelt down and said in a long voice, "Disciple Lon, welcome to Master." "Disc Lon Su, welcome to Master." I saw the sky above the Lingxiao Palace, and countless auspicious clouds rushed together, finally condensing an old man with long white eyebrows and white hair and long ears. This old man's breath is ordinary. It seems to be just an ordinary person, full of simplicity, but it seems to be an incarnation of an avenue, giving people a sense of how difficult it is to see through. His eyes were dazzling with stars and a slight smile on his face, which gave people a sense of intimacy just by taking a look at them, like a spring breeze. All the hustle and bustle of his heart was cleared. After his appearance, the clouds rose, the cranes cleared, and a blossoming lotus paved the way for him. There was a sound between heaven and earth, as if he was welcoming the Lord of heaven and earth. Wanzhang Xiaguang surged behind him, forming a light wheel. Wow! Suddenly, all the strong people of all ethnic groups in the Lingxiao Palace got up and stood up respectfully and respectfully looked at the old man and said in unison, "Ill wait. Welcome to Lord God." Chapter 4387. For a moment, the 4 words of respect to the gods of the earth resounded through the sky and shook the world. At this moment, whether it's proud or dragon-like, or any other person with a temperament looking at the white-haired old man's gaze is extremely respectful. Break through the Supreme, and know, this Tao is the of the universe. God of God. Is he the adult? Jian Wushuang lowered his head and quietly looked at the old man with Yu Guang. At the same time, he was disappointed when he was shocked. Before seeing this adult, he had guessed in his heart that this adult who has the supreme status in the universe, even the supreme being regarded as taboo, would be his mysterious master. As a result, he did not think so. "Sit down, everyone." The Zhou stepped down and landed on the main seat of the Lingxiao Palace, with a slight smile on his face. "Master God, don't you come here lately?" "Sir Master, I am on the avenue of the rule. I have been wondering recently and am trying to ask you questions." A veteran supreme, who seems familiar with the gods of the universe, said one after another, and the more extreme, it is the heart of the heart quite a bit embarrassed. Without being supreme, you will never understand the horror of the gods of the universe. One thought, 1,000 thoughts, and 1,000 thoughts, one thought extinguished, and the sea changes. The power of the gods is far beyond their imagination. Not urgent. The God of gods smiled slightly stretched out his hand and swept towards the void, and within a short time there were 78 cases in the hall, and a pot of sake appeared. This wine is famous for its divine spirit. This is a small gift that you can easily refine during your recent journey around the world. You can try it. This remark made everyone happy. This is the spirit wine refined by the God of God, and its value is completely inestimable. Even if it is a drop, I am afraid that it will be enough to cause a great uproar in the outside world. Thank God for reward. Everyone was excited to thank. Even the half-step invincible supreme emperor, Qiyang Emperor, had a strong excitement in his eyes. Gollum. Everyone held up the jug and drank it carefully for fear of a drop of waste. After a while, after seeing this spirit wine enter the belly, many supremes suddenly turned red, and the supreme divine power surged, and countless avenue rules were diffusing. Jian Wushuang also picked up the drink and drank it, but saw that the drink was tasteless, but when he went into his throat, he was spitting and turning into a touch of sweetness. Before he could have time to think deeply, a soft current burst into his god, like a fiery fire, quickly passed through the 8 veins of his strange scriptures and covered with hundreds of bones. Suddenly, a whole body of Shu-Tai's feelings surged, and numerous road rules evolved beside him, but they actually condensed into a substance, forming a 3-flowered gathering on his head. Suddenly, there was a veteran supreme who was trapped in the current years and instantly realized that his whole body was soaring, and he made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes tightly. At one moment, he was only 1 line away from the supreme threshold, and was immediately caught by him. Take control of the heaven and earth, and use the power of heaven and earth for your own purposes. The infinite is infinite. It is the supreme position. Boom! The sound of a boulevard, like the tongue of a spring thunder, exploded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang did not dare to delay in the slightest, and while the meaning of this avenue was still there, he quickly began to realize. The same is true of everyone else present, one after another doing a good job, frowning tightly, realizing the true meaning of the road. Boom, boom. Ha ha ha. I have been trapped for 300,000 years and finally broke through. I saw an old high-level supreme shout, and his body became bright, and countless stars circulated around him. After drinking this cup of Huashan wine, he finally went a step further and broke through to the top. Time passed slowly, and in the Ling Xiao Hall, from time to time, someone heard a long howl and broke through the realm. Some of them burst into tears in spite of their disappointment after breaking through, and others hurled their heads towards the gods of the earth to show their gratitude. Extremes succeed. At this moment, the overlord next to Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright golden light flashed in his eyes. I saw a sound of snapped crackling, fried beans all over his body, and his whole Bodhist divine power transformed towards the supreme divine power, with endless starlight and xianhui surrounding him, like a piece of jadeite, thoroughly washed the plum blossoms. In the distance, colorful clouds came together, and red thunders began to shuttle inside. This is the supreme only when you break through the supreme realm. Little guy, get ready to rob. Zuzhen gave him a smirk and a right-handed wave, and the overlord suddenly floated up and stood in the void. The silver snakes flew, the house was full of electricity, and the colorful thunder cleaved down and banged on the overlord. Suddenly, the overlord was bathed in the thunder, exuding a brilliant golden light, and his breath did not fade in the slightest, but it skyrocketed. For the ultimate mastermind to break through the supreme, this supreme thunder is not a disaster, but a baptism. A total of 18 thunders broke down, and after a while, the sky and earth resumed clear, and colorful clouds gradually dispersed. Overlord opened his eyes. His face was full of uncontrollable joy. Thank you, Lord God. He immediately knelt down toward the of the Zhou and gave 3 loud noises. Anyway, this is your own creation. The god of God raised his hand, and for a while a gentle force lifted the overlord and returned to the case a few days later. Time slowly wandered, and wine power was gradually digested. Almost everyone present was awake from the epiphany, no matter whether it was a breakthrough or not. The face was full of joy. Only the sword is unparalleled. His eyes are still closed, and his brows are locked for a while. Today, he has infinitely approached the state of supremacy. If you change to ordinary people, I'm afraid that you have already broken the supreme thousands of times, but I don't know why. Maybe because he is a super perfect, chaotic creature. It is much more difficult than ordinary people to break through. As if there is an extremely thick natural barrier between master and supreme, no matter how he attacks it. It always gives him a feeling that he can break through just a little bit. But even at this point, he was not allowed to break through this barrier by letting him evoke the power of the avenue and cooperate with the power of the refinement of that wine. After a while, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed a little lost. Noting the overlord who broke through the supreme, Jian Wushuang arched his hand at him with a strong smile on his face and said, "Congratulations on obtaining the supreme avenue." Overlord nodded joyfully, and then looked up and down Jian Wushuang, a little puzzled. "Sword Wushuang reasonably said that your talent is thousands of times stronger than me. I have broken the supreme. Shouldn't you not break through?" That being said, it's a bit disturbing. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to smile bitterly. Who knows, maybe there will be more good things. The overlord groaned 1 or 2, and then said, "Well, swords are unparalleled, but I have also heard that the more talented they are, the harder it is to break through the supremacy, such as the first day of 100,000 chaos before the chaos era. Natural talent is rare, but it can never break through the supreme. For example, the king of 9 calamities in your palace of life is also the supreme who broke through after dozens of chaos. These evildoers like you generally have one thing in common. That is, if you don't break through, then you will break through the supreme, and the strength will be countless times stronger than the supreme during the same period." Chapter 43, 88. Hearing the words of the overlord, Jian Wushuang had no choice but to comfort himself, and he also had a humble feeling in himself. If you break through the supreme yourself, I am afraid that the supreme thunder and thunder will have a world-shaking difference from ordinary people. The other side, Long Qing's body was glittering with gold, slowly opening her eyes, and her face filled with satisfaction. After serving that glass of divine wine, he also broke through. Today, he is half invincible supreme. Jian Wushuang, you better pray. There will be someone to save you after the cosmic grand event. He stared at Jian Wushuang, licked his lips, and there was a cruel color in his eyes. Jian Wushuang heard a cold hum and ignored him. The time has come. It is time for the old man to select 10 boys to listen to the sermon. On the main seat, Zhou God saw everyone recovering, and Fu Su smiled and said, Suddenly, everyone looked shocked, and there was a rush of fanaticism in their eyes. Preaching the God of the elder. This is the biggest opportunity in this cosmic event. Do they spare no expense to come to this night palace just to fight for the 10 listening positions? It can be said that the invincible supremacy in the universe today is almost the only opportunity to break through the invincible supreme after listening to the preaching of the universe. There was also the Taro Supreme who once ruled the universe and was dominated by the universe. He was named the first sword master of all ages. It was only after listening to this knight's palace that he had the power. It can be said that almost half of the top powerhouses in the entire universe come from the Lingxiao Palace. This makes them. How can they not be attentive? I saw the glance of the God of gods swept across everyone's faces and smiled and said, "The old man doesn't see cultivation as a state. He doesn't look strong or not. Can." As soon as the words came down, everyone in the audience shrank slightly. If you don't look at the state of cultivation, you don't look at the combat power, what should you look at? Everyone was puzzled, but didn't ask much, waiting quietly for what God said. Fortunately, the of the universe did not intend to sell Guanzi, and Fusu smiled. The first test is your practice time. The shorter the practice time, the more chance you have to become an obedient person of your husband. As soon as this remark came to an end, some old-fashioned supreme faces suddenly changed. You have to know which of the supremes present was not the only one who has worked hard and has accumulated countless years before he is eligible to enter this night palace. In particular, some top extremes and half-step invincible extremes, such as that being you supreme. He has passed 3,000 chaos eras from practice to the present, only to reach this position today. The comparison of the duration of this practice is only compared with those of the same state in this midnight palace. All of you need not worry too much. As soon as this remark was over, many people present at the scene were relieved. The ugly Moroccan supreme, who had an ugly face before, also reappeared a smile. Although he has practiced 3,000 chaos ages, the Qiyang emperor sitting next to him, as far as he knows, has already practiced 5,000 chaos ages, which is almost twice his. Master Zeus is wise. This arrangement is not only fair, but also a person's potential. It's true that although some people are strong, but their talent potential has already been exhausted, even if they can listen to the preaching of the Lord God, the effect is very small. It is better to give the opportunity of preaching to those who have potential. Everyone echoed. On that day, Luo Zi heard his face of ecstasy. The original presence was top and supreme. If the quota of 10 preaching boys was determined by the state of comparative power, he would have no hope at all. As a result, now, it is only better than that in the same state. The length of his practice, he suddenly burst into confidence. He is now the ultimate dominating realm, and in the audience he is in the same realm, but only Jian Wushuang is the only one. In other words, he has only one opponent, and that is Jian Wushuang. Ha 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 ha. It seems that this boy must have a seat in my Tian Luzi. Tian Luozi glanced at Jian Wushuang, a rush of joy in his heart. If it is possible to defeat Jian Wushuang, he is still a little bit bottomless, but if it is about the length of practice, let alone Jian Wushuang, he is confident that he can win the audience. I have only practiced for tens of millions of years. I do and T even have a chaos period, who is shorter than me. That sword Wushuang is a special life. I heard that the higher the level of life of these special lives, the harder it is to break through the realm of breakthrough. Wanna come to this sword to achieve the ultimate domination. I'm afraid it took hundreds of chaos. He thought to himself, secretly, and the more he thought about the smile on his face. Well, sword's matchless. Let me Tian Luzi today to expose your pseudo-genius name. On the other side, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. His heart was a little dumb. Compared to the length of practice, he shouted, forget it, just afraid that since he started his practice, it doesn't add up to more than 1 million years. Dang! With a big wave from the of the universe, a huge jade appeared in front of everyone. This jade is snow white, about as tall as an adult, exuding a sensation of cold. And in the middle of the jade, there is a very clear zero character. You guys, you just put your hands up. This time stone can automatically sense the time of your practice, and it will be displayed on it. There will never be half a fraud. Okay, let's start from strong to weak, and start with a half-step invincible supreme. After the voice fell, the half-step invincible supreme was present. You all looked at me, and I looked at you without moving for a moment. In the end, It was the Bingyu Supreme, striding forward, and first put his hand on this jade. Wow! Suddenly, the original number on this jade began to change continuously. Ding! In the end, the figure was fixed on the 3,216 chaos period. Are there more than 3,000 chaos periods? Zeus nodded slightly, always with a kind smile on his face, which made people wonder what he was thinking. Next, immediately, an ancestor of the Blood Demon clan stepped forward and pressed on the jade. He is also a half-step Invincible Supreme, and the number displayed on the jade is much higher than that of the Bingyu Supreme, and finally fixed on the 5,000 chaos period. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Blood Demon tribe was apprehended and dejected, and Bingyu Supreme was quietly relieved. Time passed slowly, some people rejoiced, and some were worried. The half-step Invincible Supreme was present, and most of them far exceeded the age of practice of Bingyu Supreme. Even if there are few years shorter than his practice, it is only a few hundred chaos periods. In the end, Long Qing, who was invincible in the half-step, broke through and finally came on the field. His face was proud and superior. Firstly, he shook his head with disdain towards the others like Bingyu, and then seemed to be an opponent in the slightest. Then he extended his hand and pressed it on the timing jade, 196 chaos period. Suddenly, as soon as this figure came out, the same stone suddenly stirred up thousands of waves, and everyone in the audience shook. Chapter 43, 89. 196 chaos times. As soon as this figure appeared, everyone who was half-step, invincible, and supremely cultivated at the scene changed his face. Before Long Qing didn't appear, even the shortest half-step Invincible Supreme was more than 1,000 times of chaos. Comparing the two, the gap is too big. 196 chaos ages, nearly 200 chaos ages, are too young and conspicuous, and have crushed everyone in the field with the crown of the heroes. Because we must know that even if it is some elementary or ultimate masters, the years of spiritual practice may not only be this time. On the main seat of the Ling Shao Palace, Lan Lan's eyes flashed a fascination, and he whispered, "Master, this Long Qing is so good that he has practiced only 196 chaos ages, and he has the current practice." The head of the Zhou slightly smiled, and Fushu smiled. "It's really good, but he is the 4th generation of the blood of the dragon race. He was born with the supreme body. It can be said that the starting point is much higher than others, so it is shorter than others' spiritual practice. It's normal." "Is that so?" Lan raised an eyebrow, looking thoughtful. With the end of Long Qing's quiz, the half-step Invincible Supreme test ended. With 196 years of practice in the chaos period, Long Qing has steadily topped the list, ranking first on the list alone. He looked around, his face full of pride. Then came the measurement comparison between the top extremes. This time, the top pick is still one of the 6 enemies of Jian Wushuang, the Green Dog Supreme. He practiced for 578 chaos ages, surpassing a strong alien, and became the shortest person to practice. And then there are High Supreme, Medium Supreme, Elementary Supreme. The time difference becomes more obvious as you practice further down the road, because such practices as half-step Invincible Supreme can no longer be achieved by ordinary chance, but require a lot of time to settle. However, the Supreme, the Junior Supreme, etc. are very likely to be greatly shortened by some anti-natural creations. So, the gap is widened. In the middle of the test, the King of 9 Kings came out on top with 102 chaos ages, which was dazzling for a moment. However, with Long King's Yu in front, it did not seem particularly shocking. The test of the primal supremacy was the fiercest one. Finally, it was ranked by a strong alien, and the Overlord was slightly weaker, ranking second. Just 3 chaos eras. 3 chaos eras. The Overlord clenched his fists. His face was covered with unwillingness, because it is very likely because of these three chaotic eras, they were disqualified from hearing. Finally, the competition between supremes has all ended. The eyes of everyone in the audience focused on Jian Wushuang. The three words, swords and swords, have a very important place in the universe, or in this era. The first genius of the universe, the first day of eternal vanity, slaughtered supreme with the body of the master. There are too many tags on Jian Wushuang's body, and more can't make people not face his presence. Therefore, countless people are curious, how many years did Jian Wushuang practice? I think this sword is unparalleled. At least practice 1,000 chaos era. Someone's eyes were burning. He said firmly, yes, whether it is the magical skills used by Jian Wushuang or the laws of the universe, kendo comprehension, etc., it takes a lot of time to understand the sedimentation. Without 1,000 chaotic periods, it is impossible to comprehend. Jian Wushuang can slaughter the supreme with his dominating body. In addition to the tailored divine sword and the Wudi chaos ding, his superb avenue power and the unimaginable laws of the universe are all indispensable. It just takes an extremely long time to understand things. After all, if Jian Wushuang really practiced thousands of chaos disciplines, it would not be a surprise to be able to do this. Everyone discussed. That Long Qing glanced at Jian Wushuang contemptuously and said bluntly, Sword Wushuang, this seat used 196 chaos period, then practiced to a half-step invincible supreme. And you? Overlords, kings of 9 kings, and others did not say anything. People all have to compare their thoughts. They are also very curious when talking about how many chaos disciplines Jian Wushuang practiced. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he didn't speak. He was about to go to the timed jade to take the quiz, and saw Tian Luozi sitting next to him. He stood up and walked out. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Jian Wushuang with a grin on his face. Why? Why is the audience paying attention to Jian Wushuang? Obviously, I am also the ultimate dominator. Obviously, I am also one of the candidates, but why no one gives me a high look? On what grounds? Was Sword Master slaying the Supreme with Sword Master? I can do it. At this moment, Tian Luozi's heart was filled with jealousy. He has to prove to everyone that he is the real Tianjiao. Jian Wushuang is just a pseudo-genius who is not even as good as his fingers. Thinking of this, Tian Luozi stepped in front of the jade and reached out and pressed it. Wow! Suddenly, the numbers on the jade began to soar. He looked at the soaring numbers with a sneer on his face. Also, let me, Tian Luozi, step on the sword without a match today and prove the name of the first genius in the world. Boom! The numbers on jade suddenly stopped. 783,000 years. No chaos period. Suddenly, everyone in the audience who did not pay attention to Tian Luozi was shocked, and his eyes showed an incredible look. What? 79 million years. Not even a chaos period. Who is this? Talent is so horrible. Well, there isn't even a chaos period, but it has been built into an invincible master who is nowhere near the supreme. This talent is enough to look forward to ancient and modern times. This person I know is called Tian Luozi, but it is a junior who has recently emerged from the universe. He is so talented that he does not fall into the sword without a match. He has also done the most decisive act. Recently, he has become very popular. If the chaos era is not coming, you will soon be promoted to the supreme. If you let him grow up for a while, it is estimated that it is another party's power. Many supreme people praised it, and even Long Qing flashed a different color in his eyes and threw an olive branch to Tian Luozi actively, inviting him to become a disciple of the dragon tribe. In the middle of the night, Tian Luzi was full of spirits. He enjoyed a lot of admiration around him, his face filled with pride. This is the treatment that Tian Luozi should have. Jian Wushuang, what are you still doing? It's your turn. Tian Luozi turned to look at Jian Wushuang and smiled vaguely. Chapter 4390. Oh, the sword glanced at him without expression on both sides, then walked up to the jade step by step in the attention. Jian Wushuang, I'd like to see, how long have you practiced? At this moment, Long Qing, Tian Luozi, and others sneered. Little guy, push your hands up. Zhou God stroked a smile. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, took a deep breath, put his hand on this jade. Suddenly, the base 0 numbers started to change. Everyone in the audience stared at the rapidly changing value. Ding! A crisp sound sounded. 7. When the first number appeared, everyone was stunned, and a smile appeared on their faces. Is there more than 700 chaos ages? Ha ha ha! What genius has practiced more than 700 chaos periods, which is longer than this one, and it is just the ultimate master. The sword is unparalleled. My Tian Luzi practiced for tens of millions of years, but you practiced more than 700 chaos disciplines. What do you compare with me? What qualifications do you have to compare with me? Luo Zi laughed wildly that day. However, the next moment, the smile on his face was rigid. 70. The second number is slowly stationary. No, it's not more than 700 chaos times. It should be more than 70 chaos times. The whole audience was stunned. More than 70 times of chaos were not long. Many ultimate masters practiced longer than this time. For example, the king of the 9 calamities, in the realm of ultimate domination, has been stuck for dozens of chaos periods. Is there more than 70 chaos times? Well, that's just the case. Tian Luozi narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. It is true that more than 70 years of chaos are young. This is true, but compared to his 79 million years, it seems far too far away. Everyone's eyes flashed, sneer, and they continued to look at the jade. Next moment, on that piece of jade, the specific practice years of Jian Wushuang are completely fixed, 700,000 years. Suddenly, the audience was deadly silent. Some are still holding wine glasses, some are still talking softly with the people around them, and some are sneer. But at this moment, everyone was as if they had been fixed. At this moment, they looked at the jade with a dull expression, and their eyes were almost shocked to fall down. The momentary silence that fell into the audience was immediately boiling. 700,000 years? Am I right? What is the concept of 700,000 years? It takes 1 million years for the old man to close the door. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Jian Wushuang practice only 700,000 years? At this moment, everyone was horrified. They stared at the clear numbers on the jade, their heads like a stormy sea. Long Qing, who was still very upset and esteemed by the heroes, suddenly became gloomy. Others, such as the Emperor Qiyang, had an extremely ugly face. It must be wrong. How could Jian Wushuang practice only 700,000 years? Something must have gone wrong with this jade, or what secret technique Jian Wushuang has used to hide the sky. I don't believe it. Luo Zi's face turned red that day, and then he shouted, 700,000 years. Not even a fraction of him. Are you questioning the husband? The of Zhou still had a kind smile on his face, but his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, Tian Luozi trembled, and immediately he knelt down, daring to speak. The other supremes, including Long Qing, all saw slight changes in their faces. You look at me, and look at you, and you bow your heads, and you dare not say anything. It was just a thought that weeds were wildly breeding in their minds. sword warriors but practice 700,000 years. They can prove the ultimate lord of the body, killing the supreme. If he were to practice another 7 million years, 70 million years, or even tens of thousands of chaos period, then what a sight! They did not dare to think about it anymore. They just felt a coldness from head to tail, thought very terribly, and the scalp was numb. In the audience, only Sword Wushuang expression calm. Child, come here. The Zhou smiled and hooked at the sword Wushuang, signaled that the sword was coming to his seat. It is good. Facing the of the universe, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly came to sit in front of him. In the palace during the night, many supreme people saw that Zhou Wushan called Jian Wushuang as a child, and made Jian Wushuang sit down at his seat, and his expressions became extremely complicated. Long Qing and others are even more jealous. Laner, you told me before that the good seed found in Shinkongulu is him? God looked at Lon Lon beside him and asked, Master Hui, am talking about him. Lon Lon replied in congratulations. Well, it's really good. The of the gods stroked his beard with satisfaction. And then a smile of blood, slightly sighed. Okay, we haven't seen such handsome people for a long time in our universe. After thinking about it, God of God looked at Jian Wushuang, and Xixiang laughed. Child, would you like to worship the husband as a teacher? The words are amazing. As soon as this word came to an end, it was as if a bomb had been dropped in the palace of the night. Master Eosen even spoke in person to make Jian Wushuang worship him as a teacher. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiang Jianshuang, and the jealousy in his eyes condensed into substance. Jian Wushuang may not know what the concept of the word Zhen is, but they do know that Zhen is the real sky in the universe. Once Jian Wushuang worshipped the of heaven as a teacher, it means that Jian Wushuang has a death-free gold medal in the universe, and his status will be honored to the extreme. At that time, Mo said that the dragon and other 6 forces deal with the sword unparalleled. I was afraid that they would immediately kneel before the sword without double-sided to admit his mistake, begging for forgiveness. In front of the universe, let alone the dragons, even if the ancestors are resurrected and the ancestors are reborn, they dare not presumptuously. What is one step up? This is called a step up, and it's a step on the 33 days. Allied, sword unparalleled. At this moment, the overlord exclaimed, and even Zhou Jiawang could no longer remain calm, and his eyes flashed wildly. And Tian Luozi, who was once forgotten again, has his fists clenched, his teeth biting, and jealousy can't be added. In the eyes of everyone, the party's sword was unparalleled. After a shock, he didn't rush to agree, but flashed hesitation on his face. There is no doubt that the of the universe is strong and has a high status. Once worshipping the of the universe as a teacher, it can be said that he has obtained the greatest creation in the universe. I am afraid that his sword Wushuang will have wind if he wants wind, and rain if he wants rain. These Jian Wushuang all understand. There was a moment of hesitation in Jian Wu's eyes, and then his eyes arched firmly. Master Zhou God, thank you for your love, but the boy already has a master. Chapter 43:91. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the audience couldn't help but stunned. His face full of envy, and envy instantly petrified, staring at the sword unparalleled. Is this rejected? There are still people who can reject the of the universe. They looked at Wu Jian, sword like a fool, and Luo Zi couldn't help laughing in his heart that day. Sword warriors, UCANT even catch such an inferior opportunity. Already a master? No matter how strong your master is, can you still be stronger than Lord God? At this moment, Jian Wushuang's label in their hearts once again added the word idiot. Is that so? Zhou God looked as usual and looked at Jian Wushuang thoughtfully. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something. His eyes flashed and said, "Children, come closer and let me see." Jian Wushuang was puzzled, but walked obediently. God of Zhou reached out his hand and gently touched his fingertips in Jian Wushuang's eyebrows and closed his eyes and meditated. A gentle force swarmed into the sword deities. After a few breaths, Zhou God opened his eyes and smiled again at the corners of his mouth. Ha! So it is, the old man understands. He looked at Xiang Wushuang again, and his expression became a little more exciting. He seemed to talk to himself and said to Jian Wushuang, "It's strange that I have to admit my husband as a teacher." It turned out that the old friend had already started, and it was normal to refuse my husband. In the Ling Shao Palace, everyone else was puzzled when they heard what they said and did not understand what the God of the universe meant. Only Sword Unparalleled can't help but feel shocked. "Master Zhou God, do you know my master?" Jian Wushuang's voice became a little heavy, and a pair of eyes stared at the god. Xuani is the deepest secret in his heart, and also his biggest fetter. Zhou God heard the words and smiled, but did not speak, but his voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. "Your master, the old man, and he are more than just knowing each other." Jian Wushuang heard another shock, and knew in his heart that perhaps what was about his master was the secret of the heavens, so the cosmic would tell him by way of voice transmission. "Master Zhou God, then can you tell me, where is my master now?" Jian Wushuang said congratulatingly. The God of God groaned for a while, then shook his head and whispered, "The old man hasn't seen your master for a long time, and naturally he won't know where he is. The old man only knows that he is doing a battle before he disappears a big game, pieces everywhere." After a pause, the God of God smiled slightly and continued, "Child, your master has always been mysterious. You don't need to speculate on his tracks. If he needs you, he will naturally come to you. And what you need to do, it's about doing everything possible to enhance your strength." Jian Wushuang heard the words, and his expression couldn't help being a little hesitant. Doesn't even the Lord God of God know the trace of his master? In addition, Lord Elder God said that master is playing chess. What is the purpose of this game? Himself. Is it just a lay by master? For a moment, Jian Wushuang had mixed tastes. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang bowed deeply to the God of arching and saying, "Thank you for your guidance. You can stand in front of the husband because of chance and cause. You don't need to thank you." Zhou God smiled and said, "Well, Sword Unparalleled, you step back and prepare for the second round of testing." "Yes." Jian Wushuang resigned. The God of God raised his head, looked at the crowd, and said, "You guys please be in the top 2 of your practice in the test of practice. Please come to the second test." The words fell down. In the practice trials just now, the top 3 in their respective realms had a joy on their faces, and they got out of their cases with excitement. They know they have advanced to the second round, and there are no top 3, such as Binyu Supreme, Qiyang Emperor, and others. Their faces suddenly changed slightly, such as funeral examination approval. They know that the road to their cosmic event has come to an end. That day, Luo Zi heard a word of joy in the heart of the ultimate domination. He and Jian Wushuang, both of them, according to the meaning of the universe, did not. He also promoted to the second round. He just got up and stood up, ready to get out of the case. Suddenly, the voice of the Zhou sounded again. "Ultimately dominates the realm. All you need is swordsmen." Suddenly, Tian Luozi's face turned red and embarrassed to the extreme. All eyes looked at him, full of mockery. Bright, understand. Tian Luozi had no choice but to sit down again. For a moment, with the sword unparalleled, 16 strong men stood in the Lingshao Palace, and the momentum was extremely strong. They looked at each other and knew in their hearts that of these 16 people, 6 were destined to be eliminated, and only 10 people could truly have the qualification to listen to the sermons of the Colossus. With a smile on his face, the God of God glanced across the 16 people's faces and slowly said, "You 16 people are the most powerful and talented in your realm. You are us. The mainstay of the future of the universe is the cornerstone of immortality now. I hope you will seize the opportunity to complete the second round of exams." The words fell, and the 16 people looked at each other, and their eyes were gradually dignified. Then, let's start with Long Qing. The of the earth spoke, faintly. Long Qing stepped out immediately, clenched his fists, and waited. "My husband asks you, what is Tao?" Zeus said the content of the second round of assessment. Long Qing heard that her pupils shrank suddenly and did not rush to answer, but after thinking about it, Shun Sheng said, "Master Huizhou God, I think the way is to crush the invincible and destroy all the enemies in the world. It is to adhere to the belief in your heart, not to hit the south wall, and not look back." Thousands of words eloquently, Long Qing elaborated his own Tao, just like his character. The way he thinks is that he will report, and I am invincible. Zhou God listened quietly without interruption, no sadness or joy on one face. It wasn't until Long Qing finished speaking that Zhou Shenfang took out a bamboo card and gave it to the disciples next to him, and let him give it to Long Qing. "No way, let's talk about what you think." The god of chaos continued to look at the person next to Long Qing. This person is also a half-step invincible supreme, but is an alien powerhouse who has practiced a total of 1,000 chaos ages, ranking second in the half-step invincible supreme. Yes, this name called Wu Fang, supreme, stepped out and began to talk about the Tao he thought. The Tao is heaven and earth. The Tao is the stars of the universe. Time passed slowly, and in the Midnight Palace, you sang me to the stage. Each of them talked about each other, domineering, and swallowed thousands of miles. Some people talk about chaos evolution. Others are the beginning of the universe, a magnificent atmosphere that speaks more than one, as if the competition is not their own understanding of the Tao, but the pattern that is bigger than anyone. Chapter 43, 92. Zeus always looks as usual, making people wonder what he is thinking, even if someone is really good. He just nodded slightly. For example, when King Jiulong talked about his way, he was dead without regrets, he was lonely, and the people in the world went to sacrifice. And the god of the earth nodded slightly. Finally, all the supremes have been narrated. They looked at the cosmic gods, who were indifferent to their emotions. Some of them could not help expressing their dissatisfaction. They were obviously better, while others were confident and thought that they would be at the top. "Child, it's your turn." After everyone said it, the god of Zhou looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. "Yes." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, kept himself calm, and walked out of the crowd. He knew that if he only talked about understanding the Tao, he would never be the 15 supreme opponents present. Anyone present was a strong man who had practiced no less than 100 chaos periods, and even an old monster with thousands of chaos periods. Even if the sword Wushuang is arrogant, he doesn't think that his own heritage will be deeper than these old monsters who have experienced long years of sedimentation. However, this does not mean that Jian Wushuang is afraid, and will lose without fighting. In his heart, he also has the Tao that he understands. "Child, are you ready?" The cosmic god asked with a smile. "Ready." Jian Wushuang nodded seriously. "Come on, talk about the word you understand." The words fell, and the palace fell silent. Jian Wushuang did not answer in a hurry, but raised his head, looking through the magnificent xiaoguang. Looking far away, a reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He began to recall what he saw and heard along the way. When the other supreme saw this, he immediately sneered in contempt. Pretend this sword is unparalleled, but it has been practiced for 700,000 years. The little boy who hasn't dried up can understand what it means. It is true that this sword is unparalleled in talent, but the understanding of Tao is not a talent that can be determined. Yes, just wait and see how this sword Wushuang waits for laughter. These supremes shook their heads one after another with a sense of superiority in their hearts. Just then, Jian Wushuang finally spoke. He had a quiet voice, no moodiness, and no pretentious lowness, as if he was telling a thing calmly. The way I understand, it's not a flood or a universe, it's not ordinary, it's not noble, it's like the wind flowing in the air and the sand in your fingers. It looks like you can't hold it, but it exists beside everyone. Tao is a very fair word. Whether you are the power of a party that destroys the world by raising your hands, or the child of the world who is only childish without a sword, they all have their own Tao. My sword warriors rises in the midst of the earth, and once walked through thousands of mountains and rivers, and watched the waves of the earth. The road, I think, is the rural farm cooking smoke, which is the rain falling from the air to nourish weeds, and weeds, drilling out of the stone gap, being chewed and swallowed by the old cow. The old cow was aging, and then divided and eaten. It's the cycle of heaven and earth. It's also breaking fate. It's in the midst of things. It's also impermanence. It is 4 seasons, spring and autumn. It is the old, the sick, the dead. It is the Bodhisattva's lower eyebrows. And it is also King Kong's anger. Everyone's way is different, but everyone's way is the same way. You can turn the avenue into an estuary, and the process of chasing the road is to break the wind and break the waves. The world is full of vicissitudes. Life is full of plants and autumn, even if you are in a well, but as long as your heart is starlight and you have a fearless heart, you will be able to achieve it. Jian Wushuang said slowly, in his words, Tao seems to be just a very ordinary thing. It is not as magnificent as other populations say, nor is it the chaos of the universe, the sky, and the heavens. After he finished speaking, the audience gradually fell into a short silence. There was no ridicule and no sneer this time, and everyone frowned, thinking carefully about the words of Sword Wushuang. They can achieve supremacy. Naturally, no one will be a simple character. The words that Jian Wushuang said, like a key, opened their new door. Each of them is high, and each is a hegemon. No matter where they go, they are compliments. Their eyes have always looked at the upper part, not like Jian Wushuang, to bow their heads and observe the human world. Then, they suddenly realized that they might have overlooked ordinary things among ordinary ones. Just then, a harsh noise suddenly sounded. What is messy? Jian Wushuang, what are you talking nonsense? Want me to see? The Tao is very simple. The one that makes me stronger is Tao. Seeing Luo Zi that day, he sneered coldly. As soon as this remark ended, Jian Wushuang didn't say anything, and some other supreme masters who did not have resentment with Jian Wushuang suddenly became ugly and turned to stare hard at him. Just now, Jian Wushuang's words gave them some inspiration. They were thinking, but suddenly interrupted by Tian Luozi's words. Any ants talk about the avenue? This person is called Tian Luozi, isn't it? With such a heart, what's the big deal? People who haven't even touched the origin of Tao dare to say that others are nonsense. For a moment, these people who had no resentment with Wu Jianshou sarcastically said. Suddenly, Tian Luozi's face was blue and white, and he was shocked and afraid. The of the universe narrowed his eyes, and with a big wave of his hand, a torrent of mighty power poured out, and under the touch of the sky, Luo Zi disappeared and evaporated. After doing all this, Zhou God brought a smile on his face again, and let the disciples beside him give the bamboo card to Jian Wushuang. Did you see the 10 futons under the old husband's seat? The 10 futons are the positions of the 10 sermons. And the old man just asked the disciples to give you a bamboo card, and the 10 futon sorted numbers are displayed. If you get any number, you will sit on a futon. As for the number that is not displayed on the bamboo card, it means that it will be eliminated and you can leave the Ling Shao Palace later. With this remark, everyone's pupils shrank. Since God of the Era said that, according to the number on the bamboo card, to decide which futon to sit on, I am afraid that this futon is far from as simple as the surface. This place has heard people say that the more the futon leans on the former, the deeper it becomes when listening to the sermon. A supreme eyes burned. Is that so? For a moment, everyone frowned and looked down at the bamboo card in their hands. Jian Wushuang also turned over the bamboo card and looked down. I saw a number slowly twisting and condensing like a snake. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang trembled. Chapter 4393. 1. I can see that the condensed number on this bamboo card is an extremely conspicuous one. Jian Wushuang looked up at the sky fiercely, and as soon as he said something of thanks, he saw the voice of the of heaven, with a smile ringing in his mind. Thank you for your thanks. Although you see and say how deep the word of the Tao is, it has a unique style and unique ingenuity. The old man puts you in the first place, which can be regarded as my old friend. Jian Wushuang is not an arrogant person. He nodded when he heard the words and stopped talking. And other supremes also saw their own numbers. Am I too? Long Qing narrowed his eyes. His face was slightly greedy, and then he seemed to remember something and could not help humming. Since I'm second, then who is eligible to be first? The king of Jujia also flashed his eyes. The number displayed on his bamboo card was 3. Presumably everyone has seen their numbers, and they will be seated in their respective arrangements. The other ones can retreat. Zhu smiled and spoke. Suddenly, the 6 people who did not get the digital bamboo card were all disappointed on their faces. Overlord is among them. He was born a domineering body by force to demonstrate that his years of practice were not long. Naturally, his understanding of Tao would not be profound. Leader, then I will go first. The Overlord's tone was difficult to hide. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. A few moments later, all the people in the palace went away, leaving only 10 people. Seat. With a wave of the god, 10 blue futons appeared under the god. These 10 futons seem ordinary, but upon closer inspection, there is a faint avenue charm in them. 10 people looked at each other one by one, pressed their excitement, and quickly sat down to their seats. When Jian Wushuang sat down on the first futon, the other 9 people's faces all changed slightly. Long Qing clenched his fists even more, and his eyes showed a sense of indignation. This sword is unparalleled. What qualifications are there on him to overpower him? The next moment, Long Qing turned his head and peered with Green Dog Supreme, and his heart was all about making a decision. After this cosmic event was over, he would kill Jian Wushuang again. They can see that Jian Wushuang is very much pleased by the Lord God of the Gods, and goddess love for the sword Wushuang almost jumps out of the paper. If Jian Wushuang had worshipped Lord God of the God before as a teacher, the previous hatred would be nothing. But since Jian Wushuang did not worship the of the universe, they believed that even if he killed the sword, the of the universe would not say anything. After all, the of the universe is the master of the universe, and it must be a balanced technique. After Jian Wushuang sat on the futon, he suddenly felt a soft power flowing from the futon and swimming around. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang only felt like he was suddenly awakened. Jian Wushuang could not help secretly surprised. Subsequently, the 2 disciples under the seat of the Zhou lighted 2 Mediterranean sandalwood, bowed back, and closed the gate of the Lingxiao Palace. In the rising sandalwood, the Zhou slowly began to preach. The beginning of heaven and earth begins with chaos. Chaos breaks apart. Everything is resurrected. Time travels, like Baiku over the gap. For the 10 people, including Jian Wushuang, the universe race has just begun, but for most people, the universe race has ended, bringing the curtain to a close. In the depths of the universe, Diwu Temple is located. The head of the main hall of Diwu Temple, Black Feather Supreme, wears a purple gold crown, wears a purple gold black robe, and sits high on the throne. Several Supremes stood in the hall, respectfully, waiting quietly for the dispatch of Supreme Black Feather. All of you, Jian Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang of the Palace of Life, are listening to the Midnight Palace. Once the two have finished listening, I am afraid that there will be a qualitative leap in strength, especially Jian Wushuang, which is very likely to break the Supreme. At that time, if the two return to the Temple of Life, unite the Bloodwave Supreme and the Axe Supreme who has recovered from injuries, etc., it will bring us a devastating blow to the Diwu Temple. Instead of this, we might as well seize the opportunity first, set foot on the two men's back road first, and once again kill Jian Wushuang and Jian Wushuang, and then level this enemy of the universe. Black Feather's supreme voice was cold and slowly spoke. The voice dropped, and several other Supremes suddenly looked at each other. One of them said hesitantly, "Jian, Lord, the battle that besieged the Temple of Life 30,000 years ago, although the vitality of the Temple of Life was severely injured, but we were also severely damaged. What do we use to fight the Temple of Life?" The other Supreme also nodded in echo. Heiyu Supreme heard the words and smiled indifferently. Rest assured that this time the siege of the Life Shrine once again, of course, it will not be our day shrine only. This block has contacted 30,000 years ago and shot at the Life Shrine together, in addition to the other 6 major forces. In addition to the great Japanese God Kingdom is not willing to participate in the war, the other major forces are willing to join forces again and completely settle the Temple of Life. Last time, the Shrine of Life was still lucky enough to survive, but it was the glory of the legacy of that catastrophe, and the old guy from Gaffo who fought hard. Now that the share of the Eye's glory and life shrine has been exhausted, and the old guy in GV also fell asleep, who can stop us? Even if Wu Jianxian of the Starry Sword sect. How about another shot? I don't say that I can win her, but it is enough to hold her for a while and a half. That time is enough to settle the Shrine of Life today. Heiyu Supreme smiled, full of evil. The other Supreme heard the words, and they stared at each other with a sneer on their faces. At the same time, Bingyu Supreme, Qiyang Emperor, Blood Temple Master, etc., are also rushing back to their respective forces to raise men and horses, ready to give a blow to the Temple of Life. Time flies. 5 years have passed. There was a silence in the Ling Shao Palace, only the voice of the god of Zhou slowly talking. The Tao is the same, the non-permanent is the same, the name is also the name, and the non-permanent name, the nameless, the beginning of all things, the famous, the mother of all things, the mysterious door. Except that the of the universe is still sober, whether it is the half-step invincible supreme such as Long Qing or the ultimate master such as Jian Wushuang, all are closing his eyes and falling into the deepest level of enlightenment. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes tightly. He seemed to have traveled through time and space, and Xianhuang Honghuang, and it was still a time of chaos in the universe. With the explanation of the universe, this fuzzy and chaotic world began to change gradually. The clear air rises to form the sky, and the cloudy air sinks to form the earth. In the middle, the innate 5 elements evolved with the mountains and the sea, with flowers, birds, beasts, and insects, and gradually all kinds of life were born in the chaos. the first generation of the universe appeared. Jian Wushuang's mind became clearer and clearer. He wandered in the long river like a small fish, gradually clarifying the essence of power. On him, a boulevard of radiance surrounds him, fairy radiance rises, and the starlight flashes. In Jian Wushuang's body, the barrier between the ultimate dominator and the supreme began to collapse step by step. Jian Wushuang began to move to a whole new realm. Chapter 43, 94. Time passed, and 5 years passed again. 5 years is too short for the supreme realm, but it's just a matter of snoring just between your fingers. Time is almost the cheapest thing for them. But these 5 years of the cosmopolitan event are extremely precious every minute and every second. When the explanation of the Zhou was over, it was not until a long time later that everyone slowly opened their eyes, as if they were awake at first dream. Is this the avenue? Everyone looked down at their palms, sighing and sighing. In this short period of preaching, the gains were unprecedented. Although it does not have an intuitive improvement, it opens up the field of vision and makes everyone see things beyond the original field of vision. It can be said that this sermon has created the best foundation for future promotion. As long as all of the words of Lord God of the God are digested, then breakthrough of the invincible supreme, but it is a natural success. Long Qing clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement. The same is true of several other supremes, and their faces are extremely ecstatic. The avenue that the gods talk about is like a key which has completely opened up the difficult levels on all the roads in front of them and cleared all obstacles on the road. It can be said that the pavement paved a way for them to go straight. No wonder the Supreme Master of the universe is struggling with every effort and wants to be a boy under the seat of the Colossus, having the opportunity to listen to the avenue. "This is too great a fortune," exclaimed an old veteran, half-step invincible. You must know that they can grow into half-step, invincible, and supreme powerhouses. Almost all opportunities in the universe, they have been able to achieve the desire and desire, not mind. For them, the only thing they want or can attract them is a breakthrough in the realm. But how easy is it to want to take that step and become invincible? There are many supremes in the universe, but they can become invincible supremes and stand at the top to overlook the entire universe. There are only a few people in the past. I don't know how many people have been stuck in this realm all their lives and can't get in. The of the universe, like an enlightenment teacher, reopened their path to practice and made them find their way again. This may seem simple, but only by far surpassing them in the realm can we do it. Wait, thank the gods of the universe. Taking a deep breath, everyone fell on their knees toward the God of God, saying congratulatingly. At this moment, even arrogant as the king of 9 calamities, his eyes are full of awe. Anyway, the of the earth shook his head, his eyes turned, and he looked at the sword, unparalleled. In the audience, only the sword is unparalleled and still not awake. Jian Wushuang still sat cross-legged on the futon. His eyebrows tightened tightly, and a wave of violent divine power broke out around him, like waves, and waves of fierce slaps on the 4 sides. Now he has fallen into the most critical step of impacting the Supreme. The barrier between the ultimate dominator and the supreme divine realm has been fragmented, but it is like a broken wire, firmly resisting the sword's unparalleled impact. Once the impact is successful, Jian Wushuang will prove the supreme avenue. And if the impact fails, the barriers will be reorganized, and Jian Wushuang's tens of thousands of years of accumulation will be turned into a bamboo basket. Oh, is it about to break? God raised an eyebrow, then smiled slightly. Well, little guy, the old man will help you. The words fell, and God reached out his fingers and flew toward Jian Wushuang's brows. Suddenly, a boulevard read, lotus floated out from the fingertips of the gods and shot into Jian Wushuang's brows. Huh! In an instant, the addition of this bougainvillea lotus was like the last straw that overwhelmed the camel, and the barrier between the ultimate master and the supreme divine realm shattered. The breath of Jian Wushuang began to skyrocket at a speed never before. He finally entered the ranks of the supreme. The clouds of thunderous thunder began to converge from a distance. Good. Zhou Shen nodded in satisfaction, then glanced over Long Qing and others' faces and stroked Su with a smile. This cosmopolitan event is over. The old man is looking forward to the next time you see you, how far you can grow. After saying that with the wave of the god, the entire Lingxiao Palace is like a fortress built on the beach and piled with sand. It gradually disappears and disappears as the wind blows. After a few breaths of time, the of the universe disappeared in front of everyone with the entire palace and 2 disciples. The scenes of the crowd also changed. I saw the surroundings turned into a bright, starry sky. Where is the shadow of the half-night palace? If it weren't for the fact that you could feel the real improvement on the avenue, everything would be like a dream. Rumble. There are more and more dark clouds, as if all the dark clouds of the entire universe are gathered here. It is vast, covering the sky. A horror of extreme coercion came to the audience. Under this coercion, even the half-step invincible supreme, such as Long Qing, has changed his face. Not good. Jian Wushuang is going to break the supreme. Stop him. Never let him break the supreme. Long Qing and Blue Dog are supreme, turning their heads abruptly and looking at Xiang Jianwushuang. Their killings flashed in their eyes. Long Qing, I have received a message from our temple master. They have assembled and are about to attack the Palace of Life. At this time, we must not let the sword unparalleled break through the supreme. I know. Long Qing's face suddenly gloomy to the extreme. Jian Wushuang's talent and strength, he is obvious to all. Jian Wushuang is still in the ultimate of the realm. He can kill the supreme. If you let him break through supreme, how can you still have? Once Sword Warrior breaks through the supreme, he can completely grasp the Terra Excalibur, exert the full power of the Terra Excalibur, and the Chaos Overlord will go further. At that time, I am afraid that no one in the entire universe can cure him. And at that time, it will be the beginning of their 6 forces, the disaster. Kill. Long Qing sensibly spoke, and as soon as he stepped down, he went to the sword Wushuang. Huh! Instantly, the void exploded. This time, the universal race of the universe, he broke through half-step invincible supreme, and his strength has soared again. This time, he will kill sword unparalleled. Huh! However, before he met Jian Wushuang, a figure in white had already taken the lead, stood in front of Jian Wushuang, and waved at him. I'm here today, who can hurt swordsman half. The king of 9 kings looked indifferent, blasted out with one hand, and made a move with Long Qing. Rumble! In an instant, I saw the place where the 2 met, and a shock wave that destroyed the world swept out, shattering the surrounding starry sky, and turning it into powder. Puff! Long Qing took 3 steps back and rushed away the strong wind, and her expression was instantly furious. King of the 9 calamities, how dare you stop me? The king of 9 kings looked expressionless, first glanced at the invincible Jian Wushuang behind him, then raised his eyelid again to look at Long Qing, and said coldly, "What kind of thing do you dare call me by name?" The king of Zhujiao, struck by Shueshing Shui, with white hair flying, looking at Long Qing's eyes with ancient indifference. His arrogance is even better than the sword unparalleled. As early as when he broke through the supreme, his strength was only 1 line from the top supreme. Now he broke through the medium supreme and drank God tea at the cosmopolitan event. He heard the avenue. The strength has not only improved by a little bit. If it comes to talent, the king of Jujia is only surrendered to those under the swordless twins. What am I? Long Qing heard the words and immediately burst into anger and laughed, killing his eyes to the extreme. Okay, King Nine Calamities, since you are dying yourself, then blame this ruthless one. You will be buried with Jian Wushuang. Green Dog, come together and kill the two. Chapter 43, 95. Kill. The blue dog extreme turned over with his right hand, and a black exterminator spear appeared in his hand. He knew that at this moment was not a time for delay. He had to be killed while Jian Wushuang experienced thunder and calamity. Otherwise, once the sword Wushuang broke through successfully, it would be unknown who would die. The green dog supreme stepped and suddenly turned into a shooting star, rushing towards the king of Nine Calamities. No one has arrived yet. Thousands of thunder exploded. On the other side, Long Qing also performed mystery and opened his mouth to spit out a crimson shell after extreme compression. 2 people kill at the same time. The king of 9 robbers stood in front of Jianwu with white hair hunting and flying. In the face of the 2 powerful men killed at the same time, his expression was not happy or sad. His hands instantly printed. First calamity, mark of doom. Rumble. The power of terror instantly condensed in the void. This mighty power directly formed a huge fingerprint of the sky, which was crushed down by the mighty and merciless. This huge handprint is densely covered with palm prints, and each palm print is full of spirits. Not only is it powerful, but it also has a devastating atmosphere that is violent to the extreme, and it is slammed on the blue dog that came from the attack. Under the intersection of the 2, directly blast the surrounding stars. Break me. The green dog extreme roared, and the supreme divine power of the surging majestic shore condensed on the destroying spear and stabbed at the center of this handprint. I saw that this handprint was poked out of a hole, and the green dog supreme was photographed instantly. After doing all this, the king of 9 kings didn't even look at the green dog supreme and turned his head again to welcome Long Qing. Second calamity, big suppression. Third calamity, big Huang Quanin. I took 2 consecutive palm shots, and I saw that the scene suddenly changed dramatically on this day. In the sky, 5 towering mountains condensed into reality, carrying hundreds of millions of gravity, suppressing them. On the earth, a faint yellow spring, as if ingested from Juyo, exudes a sense of annihilation, rolling towards Long Qing. The surging sound of water rang, and this Huang Quan circled like a big python, entangled Long Qing. The crimson artillery shells fired from Long Qing's mouth shot into Huang Quan and just smashed a spray, and then disappeared. Suddenly, the king of 9 calamities defeated the enemy with 1 enemy and 2. Click and wipe. The Huang Quan River circled up and entangled Long Qing, and the highly corrosive Huang Quan River water completely eroded Long Qing's golden robe. King of Calamities. Suddenly, Long Qing's pupils shrank and roared. He never imagined that just being ranked as the most supreme king of the 9 calamities was so powerful that he could compete with him. In the distance, the blue dog's supreme complexion was gloomy, and his gaze flashed. A sword unparalleled. A king of 9 calamities. This life shrine also contains the 2 most powerful Tianjiao of this era. If you don't slash these 2 people today, Diwu Temple will not even be qualified to compete with the Temple of Life. The thoughts of the blue dog, supreme, flashed quickly. Jian Wushuang and Zhou Jiawang were like 2 bright twin stars, which were too dazzling. A 9 calamity king made them feel so difficult. If they waited for Jian Wushuang to break through the supreme, wouldn't it be possible for them to sweep the entire universe? Diwu's secret art, God. Taking a deep breath, the green dog supreme cast a smash hit. Rumble! The heavens and earth boiled suddenly, and numerous voids open a crack, setting off a void storm and space debris. Behind the blue dog supreme, a huge ghost is condensed. This ghostly ghost has a dog-headed face, like a lingering messenger walking out of hell, and slowly opens his eyes. A pair of scarlet eyes shot like a laser. The next moment, the ghostly ghost raised his dark arm, and a long spear of the sacred was lifted by him and shot towards the king of Jiulong. Rumble! Countless voids collapsed and annihilated, and a galaxy smashed the spear directly into two sections, pulling out a fierce sound explosion in the air. This spear, destroying and dying, is overbearing to the extreme. When the king of Jiulong saw this, even if he couldn't help but change his face. Talent is supernatural. Demon evolves. The Jujia Wang drank a low voice, which directly brought out his talent as a perfect chaotic creature. Suddenly, the King Jujia's breath was extremely strong, and it rose again and again. The terrifying breath swept away, and a void storm was directly rolled up, and numerous gale winds roared and roared. At the center of the storm, the 9 Calamity King's skin became dark, and a crisscross pattern emerged from his body. This spear finally stabbed and hit the king of Jiulong. This spear is really too strong. If in the past, the king of 9 calamities would naturally choose to retreat and avoid its edge, but now he can't retreat. He can only do it because behind him is the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, this spear directly exploded the hands that King 9 Calves resisted. Terrifying power. It exploded dozens of times in the 9 kings. Puff! The king of 9 kings opened his mouth to spit out the blood, and his face instantly lost his blood, pale to the extreme. And he hasn't waited for a little recovery. Roar! On the other side, Long Qing, who was entangled in the water of the Huangquan River, groaned, and finally appeared the body, turning into a 6-clawed golden dragon with a length of thousands. If his eyes were about to spit fire, his claws would twitch at will, and he would directly tore the Huangquan River water thinly. King of the 9th calamity, even if you try to go against the sky, death to this seat. The next moment, Long Qing was in a shape of a shuttle and rammed directly towards the king of Jiulong. Going against the sky? King Jujia wiped away the slightest blood in the corner of his mouth. As if he had heard some funny jokes, Sun Han said, "One thought, the kingdom of God." Click and wipe. Suddenly, a force of realm came to Qiu Jiu. Wang's dark hands were torn apart, just like in the universe's starry sky, setting off a picture. This is the strongest extinction of King Jujia. Once in the war with Jian Wushuang, he was just a framework. But now, this trick has been fully matured. Jian Wushuang has improved tremendously over the past tens of thousands of years. Countless dazzling immortals fall, mountains and mountains are rising, and stars are flickering. In this kingdom of God, flowers, birds, and beasts swim, rivers and rivers flow, and they become a world. The 9 calamities king is like the in charge of the world. From beginning to end, he turned his sword to Wushuang. Even though he was stained with white blood, he never stepped back even if he was facing the 2 top extremes. He didn't talk much, but it was a manifestation of boundless domineering. Wow! Immediately afterwards, the king of the 9 dragons dragged him violently, dragging the green dog supreme and Long Qing directly into the world of Godland. Taking a deep breath, Jujia Wang looked back behind him and was breaking through the supreme swordmaster, but his original pale face slowly swelled a smile, as if to himself, the sword is unparalleled. I cannot see many people in my life. You count me as one. If I die, you take care of the temple of life for me. If I do not die, you and I will fight again. With that said, The king of Jujia turned around resolutely, plunging into the mind of God with a determined attitude. Although this is going to die, don't regret it. This is the way of the king of hell. Who dares to hurt the sword, unparalleled half of this big universe, except for the king of nine? He who can't defeat the sword unparalleled, I will defeat it in 9 jealousies. And he who will not defeat the sword unparalleled in swordsmen, I will kill it. Lao Tianshan, my old Tianchang, I will call it dead. In the kingdom of God, the cold voice of Jijaiwang came out. Chapter 43:96. At the same time, the thunderbolt on the starry sky finally condensed. This thunder robbery is longer than anyone's supreme thunder robbery, and it will take longer to save. The entire sky was filled with thunderclouds at this moment. The horrible might suppresses all directions, just like the revival of ancient thunder gods, and the world will be punished. One after another, the muffled sounds constantly explode. A gust of wind surged, making a violent whistling sound, scraped on the skin, cut sorely, as if a wind demon growled in his ear. In the distance, some supreme masters who participated in the realization, and had not yet left, exclaimed suddenly, "How can this and this thunderous power be so horrible? I remember when I broke through the thunderbolt, it was far less terrifying. I'm afraid the thunderstorm that Jian Wushuang will go through will not be easy." Electricity in the void crackled. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a fine light flashed through his Zijin pupil. Now, my divine power has been transformed into supreme divine power. As long as I survive thunder, I will truly be supreme. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he murmured to himself. At this moment, he really woke up. Prior to that, he had been immersed in the theories of the gods of the universe and was unable to extricate himself, and was striving to break the threshold of supremacy. It is not clear what is happening outside. Only vaguely remembering, it seems that someone has been guarding him. Yes, King Nine Calamities. Feeling the remnants of fighting in the void, and opening up the mind of the kingdom of God, the sword's face suddenly changed. The king of 9 calamities is in danger. He felt that the thought of the 9 calamity kings in God's country had gradually faded. In order to protect him, King 9 Calamity dragged Long Qing and Blue Dog Supreme together with one enemy and 2. However, although Zhu Jiawang has a powerful talent, he is only a middle-class Supreme after all. How can he be the opponent of Long Qing and Qing Dog? Long Qing is a half-step invincible Supreme, and is also a dragon race. Although the Blue Dog is only a top Supreme, it has a spear that can perfectly suppress the special life advantage. Long Qing, Blue Dog. Suddenly, the sword unparalleled was smashing, a horrible killing, and surged. As soon as he was about to get up and take action, he saw the 9 calamity kings in Goddess country, and he seemed to realize the intention of Jian Wushuang, and his voice was low. "Jian Wushuang, you don't care about me. Break through the Supreme. If you do not become Supreme, not only you and I will die, but even the Temple of Life will be destroyed. I just heard the news that, except for the great Sun God, the 5 top forces have all attacked the Temple of Life." Jian Wushuang heard the words and suddenly felt in his heart, "Okay, King 9 robbers, then you hold on." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He was not a man of pride, and he knew that with his current self, it would not help the battle. Only after experiencing thunderstorms and truly breaking through the Supreme can we help the building to fall and turn the tide over. Come on then. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the thunder robber from the sky. Bang! A thick red thunder with a thick bucket full of flames, fiercely chopped out of the thundercloud. 5 elements thunder. This is the 5 elements thunderstorm. Suddenly, a few extremes watching the scene in the distance, the pupils suddenly shrank and whispered, Jiang Wushuang is in trouble. The 5 elements of thunderstorms are intertwined, and they are linked together. The power is dozens of times that of ordinary thunderstorms. Click. This Ding Vulcan thunder is extremely fast. At first glance, it is still in the sky. The next moment, it is severely split on Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang issued a groan. The violent force of thunder, and the raging flames, almost instantaneously, tearing his body through a crack. The power of endless thunder and the surging flames ran down the cracks, poured into his body, and destroyed all his internal organs. Break me! Sword Warrior's eyes were hunting, and he urged Chaos Ba to crush the flame thunder. If he fails to get the Chaos Overlord, this Ding Vulcan thunder is afraid that he will be hit hard in an instant. But now, after he awakens the Chaos Overlord, the body is 10 million times stronger than before. Seeing a breathing time, the crack on his body recovered instantly, leaving only a black mark. And the second Shenlei fell again. Haishui Shenlei. This time, Jian Wushuang did not get beaten passively anymore, but turned his right hand directly to use the Wu Weeping Sword. Open heaven! A blood-colored Jianmang was cut out by the sword unparalleled and hit the Haishui Shenlei fiercely. This sword traversed a beautiful arc in the air, immediately in midair, and slammed hard against the Haishui Shenlei. Click! The Haishui Shenlei collapsed, and Kaitian Jianmang also shattered. It seemed that he felt the meaning of Jian Wushuang's resistance. And this thunderstorm seemed to be angry and make a loud noise. Suddenly, Atsuki Thunder and Bingtu Shenlei split from thunderclouds at the same time. Between heaven and earth, it was incandescent, lighted by electricity for a while. Good job! Jian Wushuang saw this. His expression was slightly dignified. Chopper stars. Wu Yichao Ding. Jian Wushuang first cut a Mori blue swordman at will, smashed the Otomi god Thunder, and immediately turned it over with his right hand, again took out the Wu Ding Chao Ding, and rammed it towards the Bingtu Shenlei. Hey! A loud explosion came out, and a huge cloud of mushrooms rose. The Wu Ding Chao Ding flew back and fell into the sword without hands, and the clay god Thunder was also crushed every inch. Last one. Jian Wushuang looked up to Lei Jia. In his eyes, the mango skyrocketed by 3 inches. Among the 5 elements, Gang Jin's killing is also the most aggressive 5-element spirit. This final of thunder will definitely surpass any previous of thunder, even the sum of their might. Rumble! I saw the silver snakes flying through the thunderclouds, and the murderous power suddenly spread out. This Gangjin Lei Wei has the greatest energy. I don't know if Sword Wushuang can take it. Jiang Wushuang is really a monster, and the 5 elements of God Thunder will be replaced by anyone. I'm afraid they won't be able to get through easily, but it seems that it is not difficult to deal with Jian Wushuang. Boom! Among the many discussions, a thick golden thunderbolt embracing a tree was blasted from the endless thundercloud. This golden of thunder is extremely powerful, just like the thunderous roar of the thunder. Sound alone is deafening. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth is replaced by this golden thunder. Come! Jian Wushuang laughed loudly, and the black hair plummeting to the heels flew up, and the whole Bodis pattern was bright. In the face of this Gangjin Shenlei, he actually did not retreat, took a step forward, and took the initiative towards this Gangjin Shenlei. Chapter 43, 97. Jian Wushuang's 2-handed Jin Guangkankan grabbed Gangjin Shenlei directly and pulled it hard. Wow! In an instant, countless electric light burst. Ing Jian's face was covered with incandescence, and the purple chuan in the middle of his eyebrow became even more dazzling. Those electric snakes slammed on Jian Wushuang, just like iron nails hitting a steel plate, making crackling noises and splashing countless sparks. How can this and this deity be so strong? It's against the sky. In the distance, those who have not left, the pupils shrink. They can practice to become supreme, and their eyesight will not be poor. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang's deity is like an innocent treasure without any regrets, and there is no opportunity for the Gengjin Shenlei to have any opportunity. This Gengjin Shenlei, even if they are, cannot easily take over. 5 elements thunderstorm, but that's it. Jian Wushuang stood in the air and laughed loudly. The muscles of his arms curled up, and he actually opened his mouth and shoved the Gengjin Shenlei into his mouth. After the Gengjin Shenlei was swallowed, it suddenly exploded like a cannonball in Jian Wushuang's body. The sword Wushuang just twisted the chaotic domineering body and completely smashed the Gengjin Shenlei. Chaos Overlord can be said to be the first of all ages. In front of Chaos Overlord, the 5 elements thunder is not enough, as Gengjin Shenlei was swallowed up by the sword Unparalleled. The sword Unparalleled body became more and more brilliant. Actually, suddenly thunder. Is that human being? It was the first time I saw someone crossing a minefield, and I directly swallowed the minefield. In the distance, countless Supremes were dumbfounded and shocked to say nothing. For the first time, they found out that thunder can still be done like this. Jian Wushuang fell from the air, and his negative hand looked at the thunderous cloud. Theoretically, the 5 elements thunder robbed the 5 god thunders, and after they had passed through, the thunder should dissipate. However, the thunderstorm hanging above Jian Wushuang's head, instead of dissipating, he became more and more condensed. The dark cloud overwhelmed the city, and the thunderstorm was so heavy that it seemed like the sky would fall down. An intimidation of countless times more than before came suddenly to the audience. What happened? Suddenly, Jian Wushuang frowned. Many extremes in the distance were even more suspicion. Isn't the 5 elements thunderstorm over? Why hasn't this thundercloud dissipate? Yeah, this thunderstorm is so abnormal. Since ancient times, I have never heard of Lei Jida's unbroken life. Rumble. At this moment, the thunderous thief, which was located at a high altitude, made a roar that shook the heavens and the earth like the anger of the heavenly man. In this roar, the sound directly turns into substance, rolling around and spreading, smashing the endless void directly. Countless thick bowls of thunderous electric snakes shuttled in the dark clouds, which was horrifying to the extreme. This is the real thunderstorm. Thunderstorm is coming. Suddenly, countless supreme horror sounded. Only then did they really understand that the 5 elements thunder calamity was just an appetizer, and the real thunder calamity was in front of them. Suddenly, the vision suddenly changed. I saw in the countless thunderclouds, the avenue evolved, chaos emerged, and the dragons and phoenixes emerged in imagination, circling and shouting. Among the thunderclouds, it seems that there are 9 days giants holding thunder hammers in their hands and staring at the sword Unparalleled, wanting to put him in deadly. Thousands of thunderous explosions blew up, sending out a muffled sound, as if a gold-armored soldier was drumming a drum in the ancient heaven court. Every sound of the sound made the people tremble. Immediately, I saw countless 5-element thunder condensed from all directions, and finally continued to distort and breed, fuse together, forming a black thunder like the whip of thunder god. After the condensation of this black thunder, a chaotic breath that spread through the ancient times spreads in all directions. In the distance, many supreme faces who feel this breath have changed, and they see and believe it. This is Chaos God Thunder. Chaos Thunder, the first thunder calf that has been recognized ever since. Chaos, thunder, and thunder have always been passed on to legends. I never thought that there would be chaos, thunder, and thunder in this world. This chaotic thunderstorm is too strong. Even my top supreme can't support it. How can Jian Wushuang survive it? Is sword unparalleled? Wanna die in this chaotic thunderstorm? Reversing the sky. It's too reversing the sky. Jian Wushuang is afraid that it will be the first master to attract chaos, thunder and thunder from all ages. Click and wipe. The power of thunderclouds is still constantly strengthening, as if the calamity of the heavens and the calamity and everything under thunderclouds is turned into nothingness. Under this coercion, even Zhou Jiawang's thought of the kingdom of God could not be maintained, and it shattered. The three figures fled and saw King Zhou Jie's face waxed yellow. A white shirt was covered with blood marks like plum petals, and the deity was extremely weak. And Long Qing and Blue Dog Extreme are also not much better. A dragon scale has been peeled off a few pieces, and another destroying spear has been broken. King of the Ninth Calamity, Yuit. Long Qing's murderous flickered in his eyes, and he looked surprised and angry at King Zhujia's eyes. The King of Nine Kings ignored him, but looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown. This is chaos thunderstorm? He narrowed his eyes and his face changed slightly. He is also a perfect chaotic creature. But when he crosses the robbery, it is only a colorful thunderbolt. Compared with this chaotic thunderbolt, is it just a little bit worse? At the same time, Long Qing and Blue Dog Supreme also noticed this scene. Not good. Jian Wushuang is about to cross over. Long Qing's pupils shrank, and they were about to move. Then saw the Blue Dog Supreme grabbed him. Blue Dog, what do you mean? Long Qing wondered. Long Qing, this is Chaos Thunderstorm. The Blue Dog Supreme stared at the thundercloud above Jian Wushuang and said solemnly, Chaos Thunderstorm? Long Qing didn't respond for a moment, and after a little recall, her face suddenly changed. What? Turns out to be Chaos Thunder. The boy Wu Jianshuang has caused Chaos Thunder? He whispered in his mouth, and then seemed to think something, and the corner of his mouth opened a laugh. Ha ha ha! This boy, Jian Wushuang, is dead this time. Really helped me too. The Blue Dog's extreme mouth also pulled a smile and nodded. Yes, chaotic thunderstorms are rare forever. It is the most powerful thunderstorm among all thunderstorms. Even if I am waiting, I dare not say that I can survive it. Is sword unparalleled? Huh. During their discussion, the black of thunder finally saved up and blasted down towards the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the wind demon roared, and the thunder roared. The entire universe was blind, leaving only the black thunder that was moving. Chapter 43:98. At this moment, the violent wind blew the sword Wushuang's full black hair, and he looked at the chaos thunder with a dignified expression. The chaos god Thunder had not yet fallen, and the overwhelming coercion fainted him, and he began to tremble. In front of this thunder, he was almost as small as the ants looking at the sky. This chaos thunder is far from comparable to the previous 5 elements thunder. Broken. Jian Wushuang drank aloud. His body was full of golden light. The blood was boiling. The purple eyes in his eyes became more and more dazzling. Huh! In the face of this thunder, he stepped on his feet, and the whole man went backwards, punching him on the thunder. Boom! A huge explosion exploded, and saw the figure of Jian Wushuang, like a broken kite, crossing an arc in the air and falling to the ground severely. Just of thunder, sword unparalleled defeat. I saw his dazzling gold body covered with thousands of cracks, like a sticky ceramic doll, which seemed to be broken soon. Ha 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 ha! Bang! Well, blast the sword unparalleled. Long Qing and Green Dog on the side saw the supreme sympathy and suddenly laughed. The King of 9 Calamities had his eyes narrowed and his heart kept sinking. Just a moment ago, he received a supreme news, prompting him to rush back to the Temple of Life. The temple of life, under the pressure of the 5 major forces, was already 100,000 in a hurry. At the moment, Jian Wushuang is facing chaos, thunder, and a life of 9 deaths. Ahem. Jian Wushuang coughed and coughed, as if he was coughing, and a smoky black smoke was spit out by Jian Wushuang. He took a deep breath, turned his gaze to Long Qing and Blue Dog Supreme, and asked coldly, "Do you think it's funny?" Long Qing and Green Dog Supreme heard the words, and they felt more funny in their hearts. They looked at each other and shook their heads and said, "The sword is unparalleled, and the sins of the sky are unforgivable." Buzz. In the sky, a second chaos thunder gradually accumulated. Power is better than the previous point. Jian Wushuang looked up at the thunder in the sky, and then looked at Long Qing and Qing Dog Supreme again, and the corners of his mouth gradually opened a shadow of sneer. Long Qing and Qing Dog Extreme looked at Jian Wushuang, who had a bad look on his face, and for some reason he felt a sudden shock in his heart. "Jian Wushuang, what do you want to do?" Long Qing pretended to ask calmly, "What? You said you were going to kill me?" With a sneer, Jian Wushuang sneered, sprinting towards Long Qing and Blue Dog Extreme. The chaotic thunderbolt on the top of Jian Wushuang's head moved as the sword Wushuang moved. "No, the little thief, Jian Wushuang, wants to take us to accompany him with Thunderstorm." Suddenly, the Green Dog Supreme scalp numb and shouted. Long Qing also looked dumb. Thunder Jia has no active consciousness. It will only lock on Jian Wushuang. While others appear within the range of Thunder Jia will only act as Sword Wushuang's secret magical powers, etc., to carry out indiscriminate attacks. Rumble! As Jian Wushuang rushed to the side of Long Qing and Blue Dog Supreme, it had already been formed, and the Chaos God Thunder that was about to split against Jian Wushuang suddenly condensed again into 3, and the power did not weaken at all. Turned towards Long Qing and Blue Dog Extreme. They also split. "Damn it!" Long Qing roared and looked at the chaos of the chaos, and had to arbitrarily lift his scalp and shake his hands away. The Blue Dog Supreme is a quick seal of his hands, and he is constantly performing supreme divine magic to fight against this chaotic of thunder. 3 God Thunders split at the same time. Jian Wushuang once again took out the Wu Ding Chaos Tripod, extracted the air of Hongming Chaos, and ran into the Chaos God Thunder. Boom boom. I saw 3 shocking collision sounds. After the 3 Chaos Gods' thunder, the sword of Wushuang, Long Qing, Blue Dog Supreme 3 were all severely dropped. Jian Wushuang and Long Qing are better. After all, one is Chaos Overlord, the other is Dragon, and the physical body is the top level of the universe. Except for the boiling of blood and the bursting of the body, it has not reached the point of great vitality. The Blue Dog was terrible. Numerous mysteries were directly bombarded by a thunder, smashed on the body severely, open his mouth, and spit out endless blood. His face was instantly pale and crumbling. Crazy! This is a lunatic. Jian Wushuang wants to pull us all together. The Blue Dog was screaming, shouting loudly. The next moment, he turned around and shot towards the distance. Long Qing wiped away the faint gold blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and after looking at Jian Wushuang sternly, he was also far away. This chaos thunder is better than one. God knows how many thunders will come again. What will the power to achieve? Seeing this scene in the distance, some Supremes suddenly shook their bodies and immediately hurried back, for fear that Jian Wushuang was about to drag a few people on his back before he died. Want to escape? Don't you want to watch how we die? Why don't you watch? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and as soon as he stepped, he would chase towards the 2 of Long Qing and Qing Dog Supreme. This chaotic thunderstorm is too horrible. He is not sure whether he can survive this thunderstorm. If it would really fall into this thunderstorm, it would be better to put Long Qing and Qing before dying. The two dogs are pulled together. Just as he was about to catch up, the voice of King Jujia suddenly sounded in his mind. Jian Wushuang, here is not far from the Temple of Life. You and I quickly return to the Temple of Life. Okay. Jian Wu's body shook slightly and turned to look at King Jujia, saying, "What happened to the Temple of Life?" The king of Jiolong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The sword is unparalleled. Now, the 5 forces besiege the Temple of Life, and the Temple of Life is at stake." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang trembled in his right hand and immediately took a deep look at Long Qing and Qing Dog Supreme, no longer chasing, but flickering, rushing towards the Temple of Life. Above him, the Chaos Thunderbolt moves. King Jujia looked at Lei Jia above his head, Jian Wushuang flying away, a smile on his mouth. This chaotic thunderstorm, if it joins the battlefield, it will be a big surprise, right? The next moment, King Jujia didn't hesitate, and as he stepped, he chased in the direction of the Temple of Life. Far away, the Blue Dog Supreme with a look of astonishment, and Long Qing with a gloomy face stood in a void. Long Qing, looking at it like this, Jian Wushuang seems to want to bring thunder robbery to the battlefield of Life Shrine. What should we do? The Blue Dog Supreme asked Ugly. The current Shrine of Life is facing the strangulation of 5 major forces. The Supreme on the battlefield is afraid that he has more than his hands and feet combined. Once Jian Wushuang took the Chaos Thunder, what would it be? Dozens of Supremes cross at the same time? Just thinking about it, Green Dog Supreme felt a scalp tingling. What else can we do? Go to the battlefield of Life Shrine. Long Qing's face was cloudy and uncertain. Chapter 43, 99. At the same time, battlefield in the Temple of Life. Spaceships hovered in front of the Gate of Life Shrine, unable to see their heads. Dozens of Supreme people stepped on the deck and stood on their feet without saying a word. Although they have not spoken, the powerful breath has been exhausted, which is enough to suffocate. Leading it was a young man with twin horns on the head and white scales on his cheeks. He may seem young, but everyone knows that the dragon family, named Longbai, is actually an old monster who has already passed thousands of chaos ages. He was also the twin brother of the 3 generations of Dragon Clan Long, who participated in the Battle of the Life Shrine tens of thousands of years ago. Not long ago, he broke through the invincible supremacy and was responsible for leading the dragons this time to come and settle on the Temple of Life. This is my first battle to break the invincible supreme, and it is this battle that will make my name in the universe. Long Bei's eyes flashed with excitement, and he waved his right hand forward and sneered. Kill! Suddenly, dozens of dragons behind him turned into bodies and smashed towards the Temple of Life. Beside him, Bingyu Supreme, Qiyang God Emperor, and Lord of the Blood Temple, seeing the same flashes of light, led the disciples of their respective forces towards the Temple of Life. For a moment, the void in front of the Shrine of Life was filled with black masters and dominated by all ranks. In this battle, the 5 major forces sent a total of more than 20 Supremes, of which Long Baisho was the highest, but was the first to enter the Invincible Supreme, and the Bingyu Supreme and the Qiyang Emperor were slightly inferior, ranking Invincible Extreme, and the Lord of the Blood Temple is the top extreme. This lineup is not small, and it is not weaker than the 6 major forces that year, besieging the Battle of the Temple of Life. On the other hand, there is the Palace of Life. Gave Supreme fell asleep, the White Tiger Supreme died, and the Giant Axe never recovered from serious injuries. No one can say how much combat power he can have. Gate of Life Shrine, Blood Wave Supreme, Giant Axe Supreme, and Heavenly Supreme. The 3 Chief Supremes stand side by side. Behind them, 7 Junior, Middle, and senior Supreme followers. A total of 10 Supreme. This is all the fighting power that the Shrine of Life can take out now. Master Bloodwave, I just received the news that the Guy of the Black Feather has led the Diwu Temple to intercept the reinforcement of the Starry Sword Sect. I'm afraid the Starry Sword Sect will not be able to arrive for a while. An ordinary Supreme said bitterly behind him, Master Shebwa, I just received a rumor from the Jodi Pavilion. I have previously said that the great Sun God Kingdom, who is no longer involved in the war, was also led by the great Emperor, blocking the Jodi Pavilion outside the Universe Passage. The other side is ordinary and supreme with an ugly expression. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, could not help but fell into silence. The two major aid forces have been cut off. This time, the 6 major power agencies are exhausted, and the Temple of Life will be completely dead. It can be said that the vitality of the Temple of Life has been completely cut off. It wasn't until a long time before Supreme Master Xie took a deep breath. Looking at the next to the Heavenly Supreme, asked, Heavenly, how about the passage in the shrine that leads to the edge of the universe? Tianxuan Supreme nodded and heard Shin Shin said, Blood, that channel has been tested and is almost stable enough to convey the disciples to the edge of the universe, and I have sent someone there ready to respond. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words. A smile of relief appeared on his face. That's good. As long as they are still there, the roots of the Temple of Life are still there, and one day they will come back again. What he called the cosmic channel was their last hand. Once the Shrine of Life was broken, that cosmic channel was enough to withstand any monk below the Supreme left the Shrine of Life and transmitted to the edge of the universe. Big Axe, how are you doing? Bloodwave Supreme looked sideways at the giant axe next to him and asked with some worry, Ha ha, Bloodwave, I don't need you to worry. Even if I die today, I won't make them feel better. The giant axe laughed loudly and raised the sky-opening giant axe in his hand. There was no fear at all, but he went straight to the sky. It is good. Bloodwave Supreme laughed likewise. This is the end of the matter. There are no more fetters. There is nothing to worry about. Big Axe, Heaven, am waiting for Death War. Huh. He stepped forward in blood waves, raised his head and looked at the multitude of Supremes flying from the sky. His eyes were filled with murder. Kill. Bloodwave Supreme spit out a word coldly, and immediately pulled it with his right hand to draw a rolling river of blood wrapped in supreme power, and rushed away first. Only death battle. The giant axe yelled, turned into a huge giant, raised the giant axe of heaven, and chopped down towards a dragon tribe. Come, kill me. He roared violently, and every step was a roaring muffled sound. The giant axe in his hand released a sharp axe light, just like the ancient great god, splitting Hongmengchos and exhausting the turbid air, to open up the world. Wei, dead war. Tina Supreme looked indifferent and mumbled to himself. He slowly pulled back with his right hand, and a whole-body scarlet arrow was automatically condensed on the arch of the sun-stretching bow, aimed at a top-level Supreme, and shot instantly. The 3 chiefs of life shrine die out. Behind the 3, the 7 ordinary Supremes also each broke out the strongest power, transformed into several streamers, and killed the Black Dragon Alliance forces. From the beginning, the war fell into the most intense state. At the same time, in the Temple of Life, a sky-like black light mirror reflected in the sky above the Temple of Life. What is playing inside the mirror is the picture of war outside the Temple of Life. All disciples of the Life Shrine, including the Wu Dao Healing, are now gathered under the Shuangguang mirror, clenching their fists and staring at the Shuangguang mirror. The Temple of Life is their home. Okay, guys, quickly go inside the tunnel and prepare to teleport. A muffled sound came out of Yenshan. Because he could not move, he was unable to participate in the war outside the shrine. He was left behind and was responsible for the transfer of disciples from the Shrine of Life. At the same time, he is also the last checkpoint of the Life Shrine, guarding the last gate for the Life Shrine. Once the Bloodwave Supreme and others fall, and the Temple of Life is broken, he will be here to keep the last line of defense. However, there is silence in the Temple of Life. No one left. They clenched their fists tightly, without moving their feet. "What are you doing?" Yen Shan's voice thickened. I saw a shrine disciple who clicked his teeth. "Extreme Yen Shan, the Temple of Life is my home. The home is gone. What's the point of my life?" "That's right. Instead of sneaking away, let's die. I'll wait and die with the Temple of Life." For a while, the sentiment in the Temple of Life was intense, and the voice of coexistence and death with the Temple of Life resounded through the sky, shaking the earth. Chapter 4400. I saw a towering mountain, and the face of Yenshan Supreme saw this scene, and he could not help showing his emotions. A warm current flows through him. As the saying goes, the tree is falling apart, and the calamity is flying, but how lucky is the Temple of Life to have such a group of disciples who are willing to die together. The Temple of Life may not be the most powerful force in the universe, but this alone is far from being comparable to other top forces. Taking a deep breath, Yenshan Supreme let his face sink and scolded, "Don't be fooled. Bloodwave Supreme, but they are using their lives to earn you time. If you don't leave, that Bloodwave Supreme wouldn't it have been sacrificed for nothing?" The voice dropped. Yenshan Supreme's tone slowed a little and continued, "Listen well. You are the roots of the Temple of Life. As long as you do not die, even if the Temple of Life is destroyed today, I believe that it will still be able to come back and revive the temple. But if you die, the Temple of Life is really dead." In the end, the sound of Yenshan Supreme has been like a squeak of the heavens, drinking and deafening. As soon as this word came to an end, there was a dead silence in the Palace of Life, leaving only a heavy gasp. Yenshan Supreme said, "Have they never understood? Extreme Yenshan, look at it for a while, and we will leave after a while." A shrine female disciple bit her lower lip, her eyes full of resentment. Yenshan Supreme heard the words and had to sigh, and agreed to this request. Outside the Palace of Life. I am destined to become famous in this battle. Long Bei's eyes sparked with sparks of excitement, constantly commanding many powerful men on the battlefield, strangling the Bloodwave Supreme and others. The Supreme of the Temple of Life cannot be described as strong, because each one is a special life. It has exploded several times in the same realm. The Bloodwave Supreme firepower is fully open, suppressing the Ice Cream Supreme bombardment. The giant axe is facing the Qiang Emperor, and each axe carries the power of Kaitian, pressing the Qiang Emperor under him. The Heavenly Supreme is also unwilling to be outdone. To the Lord of the Blood Temple, every arrow fired can precisely lock the erratic body of the Heavenly Temple Lord and force him back again and again. And the 7 ordinary Supremes also have strength far beyond the same realm, often with one enemy, even 3. However, if this is allowed, they are still suppressed and retreated. There is no reason for him. There are too many strong men dispatched this time. In addition to the more than 20 supreme powers, there are also hundreds and thousands of ultimate dominators. They come together, set up battle formations, and turn into war giants, united in no way to the Supreme. At the end of the crossbow, Long Bai put out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, shaking his head in disdain. There is no need for him to take part in this war. He just needs to stand here quietly and sit in the audience. Bloodwave, we can't hold it for long. One more shot from the Heavenly Supreme will prepare to slaughter the ordinary Supreme Bloody Temple Master, and pant a little bit. How long can we persist, at least for our disciples, all safely transferred? In the eyes of Supreme Bloodwave, the murderous light flickered, and at his feet it turned into a sea of corpse blood, containing the power of the horrible laws, suppressing the Iceberg Supreme. Okay, I see. Tina Supreme took a deep breath and stopped talking. Rumble. On the battlefield, all the magical powers that destroyed the heavens and the earth were launched, destroying everything. Various kinds of power burst out, such as sword chi, sword on, and mystery, surging up like the scene of extinction. Time slowly wandered, and after an ordinary supreme was killed by a common person on the side of the life shrine, the already life-threatening shrine was once more dangerous, and the situation became more dangerous again. The three chief supreme leaders who still had the upper hand had been attacked by other extreme sieges. The pressure suddenly increased, and the situation reversed. Hang them down completely. When Longbai saw this, he laughed cruelly. All dragons are turned into bodies, spit out dragon balls, and destroy everything. Suddenly, there was another casualty on the side of the Temple of Life. Let's die together. An ordinary supreme who was seriously injured was dying. When he saw the three supremes who came to his death, his eyes showed madness, and at this moment he chose to explode. For a moment, the scene was magnificent. Another two ordinary shrines of the Life Shrine have chosen to explode, as if playing a tragedy. Dead to me. The giant axe's chest bleeds blood, and when she sees it, she is completely insane, and under the scream of a terrible roar, she divides the three seniors into a slag. And the Qiyang Emperor finally seized the opportunity, and in the flash of his eyes, he directly smashed the Supreme Axe onto the Great Axe Supreme, almost tearing the Great Axe Supreme body. Inside the Temple of Life, when many disciples of Life Shrine saw this, their faces were filled with sadness. The more female disciples couldn't help soaking their noses and choking. Okay, you guys should go, Yenshan Supreme said hoarsely. He knew that Bloodwave Supreme and others could not hold on for long, and it was time for him to meet the enemy. Many disciples heard silence, turned silently, and walked toward the passage to the edge of the universe. Although there is more perseverance, more anger, more sadness, and more humiliation, they know that it is true, as Lord Yenshan said, that as long as they stay, the Temple of Life will not be truly destroyed. They can't let people like Bloodwave Supreme sacrifice for nothing. Flip-flop. At this moment, their footsteps were as heavy as a mountain, and their chests were a bit breathless as if they were pressing a stone. Just when someone was about to step into the entrance of the passage, almost everyone turned away from the Shuangguang mirror. Suddenly, a shrine disciple seemed to notice something. First, he gave a flick, and then extended his finger toward the Shuangguang mirror, and then panicked. Look, what's that? Okay. Everyone heard the words, could not help turning their heads in doubt, and looked at the position of the Shuangguang, mirror pointed by the shrine disciple. I saw the edge of the battlefield mapped by the scotopic mirror. A mysterious young man covered with mysterious runes, with cold purple eyes and black hair hanging from his head to the heels, is facing a vast thunderstorm and sprinting towards the battlefield. His speed is extremely fast. Every step is taken out of a distance of thousands of miles, like a horizontal thunder between heaven and earth. He glowed with dazzling golden light, as if he had stepped out of the immortal in the middle of 9 days, and in the next moment he resolutely crashed into the turbulent battlefield in an extremely overbearing posture. Boom, boom. Suddenly, countless horrible black chaos gods of thunder descended from the thunderstorm, transforming the entire battlefield of Life Shrine into a thundering prison. This man is Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is back. Suddenly, the disciples of Life Shrine, who were about to leave, all stopped at the same time, shaking wildly and in an uproar. Chapter 44:01. Outside the Palace of Life. The battlefield is changing rapidly, but in general, the situation is almost one-sided. Compared to the quartet, the 10 Supreme Masters of Life Shrine are too difficult to cope with. The 3 Chief Supremes of the Supreme Acts, and the greatest have all suffered injuries of varying severity, all relying on hard support at the same time, while the other 7 ordinary Supremes have been damaged, leaving 4 remaining. The Supreme Master is struggling to support, but it can be expected that the fall is also a matter of time. Blood. God. I'm afraid I have to take a step first. The Great Axe had already been seriously injured and healed most of the firepower on the battlefield. At this moment, the huge body of the was full of marks of the sword and axe, and his chest was severely torn by the Lord of the Blood Temple. The dark toxin burned the body, making it impossible to recover, just when he was about to explode. Suddenly, a huge thunder roar came from afar. Immediately afterwards, I saw an incandescent light, which was still 1,000,000 miles away at first, but a small light spot, but the next moment the pupils dilated in everyone's eyes. Okay, everyone noticed this scene. They couldn't help but stop for a moment and looked in wonder, including the dragon Cypress sitting behind the town. He frowned and said, "Who is this?" He hasn't allowed much thought. Long Qing's crackling voice blew in his ear. "Uncle San, let them retreat." Huh, Long Qing? Although Long Bai did not understand what it meant, he also knew that Long Qing would not miss the target, and he was ready to let the quartet's coalition forces retreat first. However, just when he was about to speak, the electro-optic figure, who was bathed in the thunder and hijacked above him, had already crashed into the crowd. "Let's cross together." On the battlefield, some Supremes still didn't respond initially and asked blankly, What is this?" Next moment, "This is thunderous." A Supreme frightened voice, "Turn around and run away." Many other Supremes were trembling with fright, and they also turned to flee by performing mysteries. However, it's too late. Boom, boom. The power has condensed to dozens of chaos thunders and chopped down fiercely. Suddenly, the entire Thunder Palace battlefield turned into a purgatory thunder pool. Ah, this is chaos thunder. Damn, it's the sword thief who's back. He came back with Thunderbolt. He is going to drag us together. Suddenly, the entire battlefield of the Life Shrine came with wailing and screaming and the roar of the dragons. I saw a chaos thunder, the battle formation giant formed by hundreds of thousands of ultimate domination, directly collapsed and turned into ashes. A medium supreme agitation of the whole Bodhist divine power, wanting to shake the thunder. But after a thunder was split, the same flies away, and the dead can't die anymore. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. The chaotic thunderbolt on the top of Jian Wushuang thought that these supreme were the helpers invited by Jian Wushuang. Immediately, the thunder broke out, and dozens of horrible chaos gods of thunder were formed. Numerous chaotic thunders with thick waists fell like heavy artillery shells and bombarded wildly. It was learned earlier that the Blood Evacuation Supreme and others who had evacuated the news were located on the edge of the thunderstorm, staring at this scene with stunned eyes, and the whole person was petrified. "Sword, Jian Wushuang, did you bring back Thunder Robber?" said the Blood Wave Supreme. "This is Chaos God Thunder. They're done." The giant axe gasped with great sigh, but laughed heartily. Boom, boom. After a wave of thunder, the rest of the people on the battlefield are not alive, except for some of the powerful Supreme and Top Supreme who survive. All others have fallen. The battlefield, which was still so black, suddenly became lonely 2 or 3 kittens. Even those who survived by chance were miserable to the extreme. Their bodies were scorched and their heads shed. This thunderstorm is not over. Run away. A high-ranking Supreme was hesitant, Where could he care about stepping into the Temple of Life? And seeing the thunder robbed by Jian Wushuang's head position, he began to consolidate the power again, scaring the 3 souls out of his head and leaving at the first step. However, he had just stepped out of the thunder zone. First calamity, great destruction. Second calamity, big suppression. Third calamity, Rubar Quanin. The 9th calamity, the Great Sky Seal. A cold voice exploded. The king of 9 robbers attacked from the other side with white blood. There are a total of 9 visions covering the sky, carrying a variety of visions, rolling across the sun and the moon, cutting off the sky, directly blocking all the way back, and will kill the many supreme masters who want to escape. Jian Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang. One is responsible for leading the group with thunder, and one is responsible for the damage in the back. Although there is no communication, but the cooperation is extremely tacit understanding. After I saw them, they swept across the hall and killed the Dragon Alliance. When the last chaos thunder fell, the battlefield of life shrine fell into silence. Nearly 1,000,000 miles of void have turned into nothingness on the side of the quartet, apart from Bingyu Supreme, Qiyang Emperor, Lord of the Blood Temple, and several top supremes. Everyone else is gone. A wind kept echoing. Long Bai looked at the scene blankly. His heart was bleeding. His body was shaking. Gone. That's it. All gone. Roar. The next moment, Long Bai was screaming and roaring. This was the first war he led, and it was also a war in which he thought he would become famous and famous in the universe. However, everything has vanished. Sword unparalleled. Yuit. Long Bai's eyes widened, and he looked at Xiang Wushuang stubbornly, with hate in his eyes. Uncle San, Senior Cypress. At this time, Long Qing and Blue Dog Extreme arrived. Long Qing, how did you tell me before? You said that the sword is unparalleled, but you are not the enemy of your finger, and you will kill him. This is what you said. He came with thunder. Why don't you tell me in advance? Long Bai opened his big hand, grabbed Long Qing's collar tightly, and squeezed this sentence out of his teeth. Long Qing looked at Long Bai, who was iron blue and caught in the edge of anger, and could not help but tremble. 3, Uncle, didn't I tell you just now? Long Qing bowed her head reply. Long Bai stared at Long Qing deadly. His chest continued to rise and fall because of anger. After a long time, he took a deep breath, pushed Long Qing forward, and released his hand, and said, Long Qing, this account book will come to you later. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed with murderousness. This sword is unparalleled to destroy many disciples of my dragon clan and be 1,000 swords. The next moment, he stepped his right foot, and the whole person turned into an extremely fast streamer, reaching out the sharp dragon claws and grabbing towards Jian Wushuang's head. I saw that he was still far away in the last second, and his figure still kept rushing out. The next moment, he appeared directly above Jian Wushuang's head. Chapter 44:02 Central Battlefield. The sword Wushuang panted and panted, and the chaotic domineering body was full of traces of hacks cut by thunder. Fortunately, in his use of dragon blood mystery, at the cost of burning divine power, he finally arrived at the battlefield of life shrine at the last moment. He glanced up at the distant Bloodwave Supreme and others, although his breath was weak and he was injured, but fortunately he did not fall. Seeing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sword unparalleled, you take your life. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyelids jumped, only to feel a sudden great courage. I saw a white dragon with a faint face coming quickly through the stars. He alone surpasses everyone in the audience. Invincible Supreme. Jian Shuang saw this and could not help sinking in his heart, and he didn't have much blood, such as supreme blood, and others also noticed this scene, and his face suddenly changed. Not good. Swordsman is dangerous. The Bloodwave Supreme, the Great Axe Supreme, and others immediately stepped forward, rushing towards the sword, unparalleled, blocking the dragon and Cypress. The Heavenly Supreme was chilling, and Zhang Gong took an arrow and fired the strongest arrow, led by his essence and blood. But get out of this seat. Long Bei's grimace, a tear in his right hand, will directly come to intercept his Bloodwave Supreme and huge axe blast, vomiting blood, body shape retreat. The arrow shot by the Emperor Tianxin blasted on Long Bei's body, and it just smashed a small black spot and shattered it. This is the wrath of Long Bai, and the wrath of the Invincible Supreme. Not at all they can resist. In one hit, the three chief executives are all defeated. But the good thing is that this gave Jian Wushuang a breath of time. Jian Wushuang first glanced up at the glory of power and was about to drop the thunder cloud of Chaos God Thunder again. He then pulled out the Taro Excalibur and played the Yongya sword directly, dragging Dragon Cypress into Yongya Kingdom. Next breath, two explosions came out. The first explosion is that Long Bai directly shatters the kingdom of Yongya, and the second explosion is that of Chaos God Thunder. Bang! Chaos God Thunder is divided into two, all are the thickness of the bucket. One blasts towards the sword unparalleled, and the other blasts towards the dragon Cypress. This Chaos Thunder is okay to deal with others. It is not enough to deal with me and other Invincible Supreme. The dragon Cypress stepped out of the kingdom of the night, looking towards him. Like the Chaos Thunder of the Thunder God's whip, he screamed directly, emitting a terror sound like no human. Sound waves waved from his mouth, forming a howling sound, shattering the Chaos God Thunder. Wu Yi Chao Chao Ding. The sword Wushuang dealt with, it is too difficult. Call out. Wu Xing Chao Ding Ding rose from his sleeve robe to the sky. Countless powerful forces of chaos emerged from the Chaos Ding of Wushu, turned into a dark light group, and hit the Chaos God Thunder. Countless violent forces of thunder exploded, slamming on Wu Chaos Ding. Suddenly, Wu Xing Chao Ding Ding issued a wailing, spinning back to the sword without hands. This Chaos Thunder is stronger than one. After so long, the mighty power has been horrible, and the Wu Chao Chaos is incomplete, and it is not a defense against the offensive extreme Taoism soldiers. It cannot stop the Chaos Thunder at all. Next moment, in the blood-scratched eyes of Supreme Bloodwave and others, Chaos God Thunder, and Long Bei's wrath hit successively on Jian Wushuang. Dang! I saw Jian Wushuang's chaotic domineering body shining brightly with golden flames. First, it gave out a crisp sound like a gong, and then the whole domineering body burst open and shattered into countless pieces. This is the first time the sword body has been shattered by Jian Wushuang since it achieved Chaos Overlord. Ha 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 ha! After 3 breaths, Jian Wushuang's chaotic domineering body reunited, but his face turned into a piece of wax yellow, and the whole person was teetering, almost falling from the air. Oh, Overlord? It seems that you guys have something to do with Overlords. It really is a great opportunity. Long Bai narrowed his eyes. An inch of coldness was captured in his eyes, and then sneered, sneerly, "But what about the tyrant? This one is going to kill you today, and no one can stop it. Even if the tyrant's ancestor, the white ape, comes, he can only retreat aside." After speaking, Long Bai once again stretched out the claws of the dragon and grabbed at sword Wushuang. Jian Shuangshuang saw this. His pupils shrank. His heart sank to the extreme. As a result, just now, a deep, thick voice sounded suddenly in the void. You try again. Next moment, a burly figure with a bright sun and white fur all over his body stepped in front of Jian Wushuang. He was expressionless and blasted with a fist. He carried the power of the universe and blasted a paw from Long Bai directly. His breath is similar to Jian Wushuang, but it is much stronger than Jian Wushuang. Patriarch. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang trembled with an unbelievable look on his face. Immediately, there were several sounds from the sky again. Leader, Overlord is late. Please forgive me. A figure rushed from the sky, surging blood. It was at the grand event of the universe that broke the Supreme Overlord. Leader, the 9-star Holy Land is late. Please forgive me. On the other side, Jiuxing Shengzi, who joined the Sword Alliance with Overlord in the ancient road of Xingkong. I saw him hunting in a white shirt. Although he didn't break through the Supreme, he was much stronger than when he was in the ancient road of Xingkong. Behind him, several people from the 9 Stars Holy Land followed, among them the supreme level of the old strong man. Leader, more is late. Please forgive me. A rough voice sounded, and then I saw a barbaric giant with a sharply curved double-headed head and a raging flame, led by the Luo people, striding forward. I haven't seen it for tens of thousands of years. This ancient patriarch of Mo Luo Yen also broke through the Supreme. Farther away, Master Bloodsword, I am here. A chubby monk rushed around in a yellow robe. Behind him led dozens of ultimate masters. Jian Shuang saw this, and his heart was instantly moved, and his body couldn't help flowing a warm current. Here, the core members of the Sword League that he founded in Xingkong Ancient Road are here. Long Bai's face suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Instead of controlling the Overlord and others, he stared at the Overlord ancestors, his voice hoarse. White Ape, did you choose to be born? The ancestor of the Pa clan had no expression, and was too lazy to answer him, but said indifferently, Long Bai, did you just say that even if the husband is here, do you want to step back aside? After a word of speech, the ancestors of the patriarch swelled endlessly, and then spoke word by word. If you dare say it again, the old man will kill you now and take it back to stew the soup. You, believe it or not. Chapter 4403, Overbearing. After the resignation of the patriarch's ancestors, an extremely overbearing breath emanated, and the audience was silent. Everyone was staring blankly at the patriarch's ancestors. Long Bai clenched his fists tightly, a pair of snow-white eyes frantically contracted. His face was extremely blue. He didn't doubt the words of the patriarch's ancestors. This lunatic has always been lawless and can do everything, I believe. Finally, Long Bai squeezed the sentence out of his teeth. The patriarch's ancestors heard a scornful smile and said, Long Bai, you are far worse than your elder brother. With this remark, Long Bai's face became more ugly. For a long time, Long Ling was stronger than the dragon family. Although it was a brother relationship, it was a knot in Long Bai's heart. The reason why he took the initiative to invite a battle this time to settle the Temple of Life is to prove that he is more capable than Long Yen. After all, the last time Long Yong settled on the Temple of Life, he failed. Taking a deep breath, Long Bai's eyes first looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, then at White Ape. White Ape, are you sure you want to protect Jian Wushuang? I'll tell you the truth. Jian Wushuang has already been on my Dragon Clan's kill list. You alone can't protect him. Even if Long Bai retires today, there will be other Dragon Clan strongmen coming to the door soon. If it really annoys me and other Dragon Clan, the distant ancestors of the second generation may not be able to wake up and come to the door in person. At that time, what will you stop the White Ape? The patriarch's ancestors heard no change in his expression and replied indifferently, Long Bai, you have too many words. It seems that you really want to become a dragon head soup. You. Long Bai heard that. His face became iron again. A fierce anger was burning in his chest. He is a third-generation dragon, and an invincible supreme. When was he so humiliated in the public eye? If it were not for the reason he told him that he was far from being an opponent of the patriarch's ancestors. White ape, I admit it this time. After taking a deep breath, Longbai turned and left. He looked at Long Qing, who was stunned, and suddenly gave him a stern glance, yelling, "Waste, do you still want to stay here and be ashamed?" After speaking, he rose to his feet and turned into a huge white dragon with a length of thousands of feet. After making a long howl, he shuffled in the void and left the place. Long Qing first unwillingly glanced at Jian Wushuang, then took another look at the patriarch's ancestor, hitting him with excitement. This is a peerless and vicious man who threatened to beat down his 3 uncles Longbai and make a faucet soup. His figure also disappeared in the same place. And that blue dog supreme is not so lucky. He lowered his head, pretending that others could not see him and just wanted to sneak away, and saw King Jujia standing behind him. Holding his shoulders, the voice said quietly, "Where do you want to go?" He was stiff. On the battlefield of the Temple of Life, there was a silence. Only the thunder robbed by Jian Wushuang's head, still making a loud noise. It seemed to be giving birth to a blow to destroy the world. Everyone else stared at Jian Wushuang from afar, his heart rising. The ancestor of the patriarch looked up and glanced at Thunderbolt, then shook his head and said, "There are 18 chaotic thunderbolts. One is more dangerous than the other. The last one is the sum of all the power of Thunderbolt before. Wushuang, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive." Under the thunder, the sword sat cross-legged, his expression dignified. Longbai and others left, and the crisis at the Temple of Life was lifted. But the crisis of his unparalleled sword really began. He had a hunch in his heart that this would be the last thunderstorm and also the most powerful one. Whether he can survive, he has no idea. Crackling. I saw countless electric snakes among thunderclouds. A loud noise, like a stuffy drum, kept exploding from Thundercloud, which was heartbreaking. Overlord Jiu Xingzi and others just felt the shudder and pale when they felt the coercion from Lei Jia. This is not a thunder, this is a catastrophe. Rumble. Above the entire shrine of life, all are filled with billowing clouds. This day covers the sun and annihilates all light. Roar. Finally, the last thunderbolt has condensed. Suddenly, the entire universe is filled with roaring sounds, as if the brass bells are ringing, the dragon skin is beating, the imposing waves of power sweeping the 4 sides. The universe seems to be in chaos. Click! A black goddess with a width of 100 feet wide dropped sharply. There are countless forks spreading on this black thunder, and it has the evolution of heaven, as if the sky is angry and endless. Coming. Is this the last thing about chaos and thunder? It's terrifying. How could there be such a powerful thunderstorm in the world? Suddenly, countless people set off a huge wave in their hearts and suddenly lost their voice. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked up at the black thunder. His pupils shrank for a while. This thunderbolt has not yet fallen, and the thunderous thunderbolt has opened thousands of cracks in his body. Break it for me. At this moment of life and death, Jian Wushuang's heart burst into a frenzy of madness, and his face became pale. Chopper Star. He was holding the Taro Excalibur and fiercely hacked at this black thunder. A forest blue swordmang that was nearly 10,000 feet long shot from the sword without hands, with an incomparable sharp sword spirit, and slammed into this black thunder. This sword is enough to split the sky gate and shake Kunlun. A burst of noise spread, and immediately afterwards I saw the nearly blue forest mang shattered and broke into powder, and the black thunder, once again unhindered. Power is not reduced. Everyone looked at this scene with a tremor in their hearts, but they knew that this thief was destined to be passed by Jian Wushuang himself. And no one could help him. Once Jian Wushuang crosses through, he will walk in peace and stand completely on top of the universe. If Jian Wushuang could not pass, it would be death and death, and everything would be nothing. Come. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. He understood that Guangguang could not stop this chaos thunder with his supernatural power. This chaos god thunder is too powerful. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang doubled his right hand again, and Wu Weiss Excalibur appeared in his hand. Old man, it's up to you this time. There was a tinge of heartache in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the Wu weapon sword accompanied him to battle the universe. He is undefeated in all battles, and has long been his closest partner. And Wu Weiss Excalibur seemed to sense something, and issued a sword slamming straight towards Jiu Xiao. Chapter 4404, next moment. Jian Wushuang's black hair flew up, staring up at the vast thunder, and screaming loudly, "Explode me!" Suddenly, Wu Weeping Sword rose into the sky, accompanied by the sharp swordman who shook for 9 days and 10 places, and slammed into Chaos God Thunder without hesitation. Bang! A loud noise spread, and the entire Wu Weeping Sword exploded. Wu Weeping Sword is the ultimate treasure of the universe, and the power under self-detonation is not weaker than a top extreme self-detonation. A huge mushroom cloud rose, and Wu Weiss Excalibur shattered after releasing the last glory, annihilating between heaven and earth. And Chaos God Thunder, the power finally dropped slightly. Oh boy! Jian Wushuang's throat was sweet, his blood was spit out, and his body was shaking. Wu Weiss Excalibur accompanied him to the north and south to discuss, and I didn't know how many enemy chiefs' heads had been killed for him. He had already had a connection with him. At the moment he exploded, he felt the same backlash. Come again. Forcibly suppressing the violent blood in God's body, Jian Wushuang raised his head again to look at the chaotic god thunder that broke down, and yelled, "Boom for me!" In a short time, countless treasures rushed out of the sword-unparalleled Qianquan ring, and greeted the chaos god thunder fiercely. In recent years, Jian Wushuang swept across the ruins of Taro, dominated the ancient road of the sky, and stretched across the wild wilderness of the universe, killing more than 2 hands. After the fall of these people, the various magical materials and top treasures in the Qiangquan ring fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang. This is an incredible number. I saw these top treasures converging into a long dragon, ramming toward the Chaos God Thunder, and then blasting away. Among them also includes Qingmu Sheizhen's extreme magic weapon, Qinghe Supreme's 7-star magic sword, and so on. And the most expensive thing is that Jian Wushuang slaughtered that High Supreme 9-Claw Mahjong tribe patriarch in the wild wilderness of the universe, and obtained a piece of 9-Claw black fish shield from him. Rumble! Suddenly, dozens and hundreds of universe treasures of different grades exploded. A shocking explosion exploded. It is impossible to use any words to describe the power of these dozens of hundreds of treasures exploding at the same time. At this moment, the entire universe is silent. In the ears of everyone, the sound of discussion could not be heard, but only a loud bang continued to echo. In front of their eyes, a sea of white waves set off, spreading out in a mighty manner, destroying the surrounding starry sky forever. Countless dusts floated and filled the sight. Among the white waves in the sky, a faint color and a lot of chaos gods and thunders once again covered the thorns, penetrated the white waves, and shot the sword unparalleled. With so many arcane blasts, I still can't stop this chaos thunder. Suddenly, everyone around me couldn't help exclaiming, "This thunderbolt is almost as old as ever. Master Lord is worthy of being Lord. Even the thunderstorms brought in are much stronger than us. This thunder robbery, everyone on the scene, except for the patriarchs, who dare to say 100%. This thunderbolt is too strong, but the stronger one is Jian Wushuang. If I wait for this thunderbolt, I am afraid that I will give up resistance long ago. Right? Wow! This last chaos thunder, breaking clouds and mists, swinging all the evil spirits in the world, constantly enlarging in the eyes of Jian Wu's eyes. Although it has been destroyed by a lot of precious treasures, the power has been wiped out a lot, and the thunder, which is nearly 100 feet wide, has also become the thickness of a bowl. However, for Jian Wushuang, there is still a deadly threat. Keep coming. Jian Wushuang's mouth bleeds, and under the power of dozens of hundreds of Arcana's self-explosive powers, the shock wave also reached him, causing his body to shatter. Go with. He first threw the chaos sting of Wushu again, and ran into this black thunder, and then stepped hard again without using the sword, and the whole man rose into the sky. In the end, he is going to shake this thunder, and sublime it as much as possible. Dang! The Wu Chao Chao Ding carried an unmatched force of chaos, and hit the black thunder fiercely. After a while, the black thunder was slightly stagnant, and its power was worn away a little. After the Wu Chao Ding wailed, fly up, and with the Wu Chao Chao Ding being split and flying, Jian Wushuang and the black god thunder finally collided together. Roar! Chaos thunder roared through the world. Break it for me. Jian Wushuang has a grimace, and his eyes are crazy. No devil can't live. Today is either the destruction of this thunder, or the death of his sword without a pair. Huh! Jian Wushuang shot the bright golden light. The flames entwined with the 5 fingers of his hands, and the crisscross patterns of his body continued to light up. In particular, the purple chuan mark on his brows became blood enchanting, and with the purple golden pupils, he really looked like a Lingshi. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to be divided into 2 halves. Generally, the sword of Wu Jin was full of dazzling gold. On one side, the entire starry sky was plunged into the black thunder of thunder. The 2 forces are glued together and constantly collide, just like 2 semicircular masks, struggling hard. Puff! The dark thunder was like a snake on the sword Wushuang deity, and then penetrated into his body, and the violent power continued to tear his deity. A pain in the heart could not help but let Jian Wushuang growl. But Jian Wushuang not only did not retreat, but the meaning of madness in his eyes became stronger. He knows that killing him will make him stronger. Crackling, silver snakes dancing wildly, dark clouds over the city, swordsmen within 100 feet around, turned into a horror thunder pond. He was bathed in thunder, as if he were the sinful son of the thunder penalty. In the distance, blood waved supreme, and others watched this scene intently, saying silently in their hearts, "Sword unparalleled, you must hold on, otherwise all your efforts will be defeated." Others clenched their fists as well. Jian Wushuang, hold on. Huh. I saw the fork on the chaos god thunder, which spread again into countless small god thunders and bombarded wildly towards the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's mouth and nose were overflowing with blood. The whole person was like a blood person. He raised his head and looked at Lei Jia. Instead of being afraid, he laughed wildly. "Don't you just want me to die? Come, then see who we die first." At this moment, www.novel. In the sight of Jian Wushuang, Lei Jia is no longer Lei Jia, but a wild monster who wants to put him to death. Boom! As soon as Jian Wu stepped on his feet, his figure soared into the sky again. In the deep laughter, he rushed directly into the depth of the thick sky and thundercloud. "Come, kill me!" Next moment, a sound of explosion came out from thundercloud. I don't know what happened in thundercloud. After half a column of incense, Lei Yun slowly began to dissipate. When everyone saw this, they were all in a tight heart, and at the same time, they were in doubt. Jian Wushuang finally survived. Chapter 4405. How's it going? Did Jian Shuang survive? Come on. How about Jian Wushuang? Master Lord. Everyone glanced at each other, then swept up and rushed towards the thundercloud that had not completely dissipated. Before they could reach the thundercloud, a bright beam of light suddenly shot out from the thick, dark clouds. It was like the first rays of morning light that pierced the dark captivity and returned the light to the earth. Alas! Immediately, more and more of this light beam, until the end, this bright glow violently tears all dark clouds. The entire sky was dyed golden by the halo, just like the sunset on the seashore, and it was magnificent. I saw that above 9 days, Jian Wushuang was wrapped in a golden ball of light. He was completely broken from the broken body and began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. He closed his eyes slightly and spread his hands in a hug. The dazzling glow also dyed every strand of his skin and every hair end into gold. His original appearance was so beautiful under the glow of the sun. Next moment, the stars trembled, the world changed. Endless xianhui sprinkles from the air, like the beginning of heaven and earth, chaos and dawn. And the air is stirred up. On the sky, Dadao played the music for him, and the thick earth trembled, playing a crossover sacred song, as if congratulating him in Chi-Chi, breaking through the supreme. Today I have no match for the sword. I have sublimated as much as possible, and I have won the supreme avenue. An indifferent voice sounded. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes in a bang. I saw in his purple golden pupils that countless avenues evolved from the pattern, and the whole person revealed a sacred breath. The divine power in his whole body was mobilized, and the divine power in the supreme avenue changed. His indomitable, chaotic domineering became stronger 1 inch at a time. His black hair grew darker. Boom, boom. A strong breath, centered on Jian Wushuang, is constantly erupting. This breath is mixed with his charm as a super-perfect chaotic creature. For a moment, there is a sense of subjugation to all the races. Okay, so powerful. Too scary. I have a feeling that today's swords are unparalleled and can crush me to death. Countless Sword League disciples saw this scene. They were shocked to the extreme, feeling the breath of Jian Wushuang's body, even more trembling. However, the more they looked at Jian Wushuang's gaze, the more fanatical worship. In their dazzling eyes, Jian Wushuang seems to be the who controls the life and death of the world. He stepped out of the ancient chaos and once again came to the world, but I have exclusive respect, including the Bloodwave Supreme, the 9 Kings of Calamity, and the Great Axe Supreme, etc. The eyes are also deeply shocked. The breath of Jian Wushuang, this little guy, I even feel like him on my back. I feel a sense of danger. The Great Axe took a deep breath and said in shock. Bloodwave Supreme stood next to him, staring at Jian Wushuang as he watched, and said with a smile, "The giant axe, now he is not the little guy who needs our protection." After a short pause, Bloodwave Supreme smiled slightly and continued to speak. "Now he has grown up. He is a giant arm who can truly stand on his own." The giant axe could not help but hesitated, and then laughed, sighing, "Yeah, time flies. Long ago, Jian Wushuang was only a 3rd-level master, and they needed some protection. Now, unconsciously, Jian Wushuang has become a behemoth enough to shake the universe, and the temple of life-saving is about to fall." The King of 9 Calamities always had a cold smile on his face. "You guy, how can I fight you?" In his entire life, the King of 9 Kings could not see much. Jian Wushuang counted as 1, but he felt ashamed for the first time. Only Jian Wushuang, Over 9 days between clouds, the sword was unpaired, and the black hair flew. Strands of golden glow continued to pour into him. The supreme divine realm is here. Jian Wushuang felt a different power in his body than before, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Is this the supreme divine realm? He shook his fist. Now he is more than 1,000 times stronger than before. A terror force that has never flowed in his body is the vast power that surpasses the world and sets foot on the top of the universe. Knowing that there was someone waiting for him below, Jian Wushuang didn't make any delays. He was a little familiar with the power in his body, and he stepped forward toward the crowd. I saw that his body didn't seem to move, and the whole person had already appeared in front of Bloodwave Supreme and others. It wasn't until the last few days that, after 9 days, the afterimage formed due to the speed was too fast, and then it slowly dissipated. Extreme blood, Supreme Acts, Supreme Nature. Jian Wushuang nodded hello to them. Bloodwave Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, many of the words that had already been drafted were all turned into one word. It is good. He patted Jian Wushuang's shoulders, his eyes full of comfort and appreciation. Jian Wushuang also didn't say much, and the relationship between the two was also a teacher and friend, and it was no longer clear what warm words could say. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang led the Bloodwave Supreme and others toward the ancestor of the patriarch. Thank you, Senior White Ape, for help. Jian Wushuang first paid respectfully to the patriarch ancestors. The patriarch ancestors had great gratitude to him. Not only did he save his life, but this time also saved the entire Palace of Life. The Bloodwave Supreme and others have the same expression, and said archly, "Ill wait, Senior White Ape." In theory, the patriarch ancestors rescued them, and in Li, the patriarch ancestors cultivated their existence far beyond theirs, and naturally deserve respect. No need to be polite. The patriarch ancestor shook his head with a hand and groaned. Speaking of you, the Lord of the Palace of Life Palace, you are still old with the old man. You once helped the old man once. The old man just returned his favor. After hearing the words, Supreme Bloodwave and others suddenly narrowed their pupils and looked at each other, and then asked again, "Council Senior, do you know our master?" They are all people of the same age and naturally recognize. The patriarch nodded. Hearing here Bloodwave Supreme and others suddenly looked excited, forcibly pressed their inner emotions, and asked, "Then, Senior White Ape, do you know where our palace master is now? Is it okay?" The patriarch's ancestors narrowed their eyes and groaned for a while or two, then sighed softly. "The Lord is trapped in that place. I am afraid the situation is not good. I won't be able to return in a short time." Chapter 4406. Is that so? Bloodwave Supreme waited for a moment, and then seemed to remember something, and some of them lost their souls. Jian Wushuang didn't say anything beside him, listening silently. He was always curious about who the Lord of the Palace of Life was, and why it has not appeared. At this moment, listening to the discussion between the Patriarch and the Supreme Bloodwave, he immediately understood that it seemed that the owner of the Palace of Life was trapped in a certain place. Place can't come out. After a while, Jian Wushuang once again introduced the people of the Sword Alliance to Bloodwave Supreme and others. Almost half of the people in the Sword League came this time. According to the Overlord, there are still some remote Sword League disciples on their way. Sword Wushuang naturally will not neglect. First of all, thank you. After discussing with the Supreme Master of Blood, all the people who are helping in the future will be invited to the Palace of Life, and a feast is a thank you. After Jian Wushuang said, Overlord, Maluo Yengu, how Emperor and others were naturally indispensable, and they respected obedience and obeyed the arrangement of Jian Wushuang. However, the ancestor of the Nahai ancestor, after thinking about it, shook his head and refused, turned, and left. Jian Wushuang's heart inevitably has some regrets, but he won't force it. After a period of getting along, he can be regarded as a clear understanding of the paternal ancestor's temperament, free-spirited, unwilling to restrain, and alone. Bloodwave Supreme arranged for the Sword Alliance to enter the Temple of Life, and at the same time, let the Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme go to the cosmic passage of the Nine Emperor Pavilion and the Starry Sword Sect to see if they could cooperate with these two forces to bring the Big Sun Emperor and Black Feather Supreme remain. At the same time, it was considered to invite Xingkong Jianzong and Jiodi Pavilion to dinner. After some arrangements, Supreme Master Shui led everyone into the Temple of Life. Inside the Temple of Life, Shrine disciples who have been looking at the Shuangguang mirror and watching the situation on the battlefield have long waited. Seeing the return of Bloodwave Supreme and Jian Wushuang and others, there was a burst of joy and joy. Supreme Blood! The disciples of Life Shrine said hello to Supreme Master Xie, but more attention was still put on Jian Wushuang. This is Brother Jian Wushuang. Brother Jian Wushuang is really powerful. Some of the new disciples who have entered the Temple of Life and have never seen Jian Wushuang watched Jian Wushuang with admiration. Jian Wushuang smiled and said hello to them. Immediately, he also saw a lot of familiar faces in the crowd of Life Shrine. For example, the Lord of the Winds that had had a dispute with him was not seen for nearly 100,000 years, and he broke through to the level of invincible dominance. His body converges, and his eyes have a vicissitudes of life. There is also Wu Deling, who saw Jian Wushuang at the moment, the wrinkled, smiling face like a little old man. The sword without 1,000 swords. Forget it. Uncle Ben forgive you. Good job. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and held Wu Daoholing's face torn and immediately stared at that aura. Bloodwave Supreme looked at this scene and could not help feeling a warm current. This is the Shrine of Life, and this is the home of everyone. For the rest of their lives after the death of the Temple of Life, these disciples naturally did not need to leave anymore. Under the arrangement of Supreme Bloodwave, they returned to their posts one after another, while Yenshan Supreme took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and reformed mountains. After 3 months, the feast was held. The lights in the Palace of Life are full of joy and joy, now that the Lord of the Palace of Life disappears, and GVV is supremely asleep. He will be led by the Bloodwave to command the Palace of Life. The Giant Axe Supreme and Tiandi Supreme, who are responsible for picking up the Starry Sword Sect, and Jiodi Pavilion have returned. Behind them are the Jiodi Pavilion S Heartbreaking Supreme, Red Ear Supreme, and the Wu Jianxian of Starry Sword Sect. It is more regrettable that after hearing about the defeat of the Black God Emperor and the Emperor Dairy, they fled without hesitation, resulting in the Giant Axe Supreme and others not leaving them. Jian Wushuang and Shoshin Supreme have the old one, and naturally it is a shame to meet again. At the feast, everyone laughed and smiled. When the interest was the highest, when a major event was finalized. After today's feast, the Palace of Life and the Starry Sword Sect, the Nine Emperor Pavilion, and the Overlord family formed an alliance relationship, and since then they have supported each other and moved forward together. No vow was made between them, because the core hub of this alliance is Jian Wushuang. As long as Jian Wushuang does not die one day, this alliance will last forever. At the banquet, Jian Wushuang noticed that a pair of beautiful eyes had been staring at him and could not help sighing, and said hello to Wu Jianxian, the owner of the beautiful eyes. Jian Wushuang, I've seen Lord Wu Jianxian. For Wu Jianxian, Jian Wushuang is quite admired. There are not many supremes in this universe, and even fewer supremes. With the help of a woman's body, Wu Jianxian can reach the top of the universe, stand on top of the universe, break the Star River, and take charge of one path. Okay. Wu Jianxian nodded. She was tall, with three-dimensional facial features. Her hair was tied up, and she passed it through a white gold jade pendant, giving it an extremely capable and heroic feeling. You, really good. She glanced up and down, sword unparalleled, and then said lightly, as an invincible supremacy and enlightenment with swords, Wu Jiangxian's vision is naturally not low. She looked at it with a single glance, and Jian Wushuang was full of breath without sending out. She had a great understanding of kendo, not even behind her. Mr. Wu Jianxian is ridiculous. Jian Wushuang nodded. She knew that Wu Jianxian would talk to him, naturally. It would not be so simple to just be one or two. Sure enough, after seeing Wu Jianxian groaning for a moment or two, she finally said, Jian Wushuang, can you show me the Tai Luo Excalibur? Is Tai Luo Di Jian? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words. He had heard a few points about the relationship between Wu Jianxian and Tai Luo Supreme, so he didn't hesitate, nodding back, it is good. After that, Jian Wushuang took out the Tai Luo Excalibur and handed it to Wu Jianxian. Wu Jianxian looked at the Tai Luo divine sword. The state of perpetual trembling suddenly trembled. The color of recollection surged in his eyes. That smiling and proud universe that year, whoever we are, once attacked Xing Yi's arrogant Tai Luo Jianzun and returned. Taro! Wu Jiangxian's 5 onion fingers gently rubbed the blade of Taro's Excalibur, and some of them were fascinated. It wasn't until a long time later that she returned to God and handed back the Tai Luo magic sword to Jian Wushuang, whispering softly, "Thank you." After a pause, Wu Jianxian took a deep breath, flipped her right hand again, and a golden scabbard appeared in her hand. Jiang Wushuang, you are the heir to the Supreme Luo, so this thing should belong to you. This is... Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he suddenly found that after the scabbard appeared, the tailor magic sword trembled suddenly, trying to break free from the sword without hands and enter the scabbard. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 4407. Click. With a clear whistle, Tai Luo Di Jian shot into the golden scabbard. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out of the scabbard, and a sense of completeness came, as if the Taro Excalibur and the scabbard were one. Wu Jianxian said with a smile, the sword is unparalleled. The world only knows the Taro sword, but it doesn't know the Taro sword sheath. Only the Taro sword has the Taro sword sheath. Is it invincible? Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and then said, what does this mean? I have to ask Master Wu Jianxian to make it clear. Wu Jianxian groaned for a while and said, Jian Wushuang, have you ever heard of Jidao Shenbing? Jidao Shenbing. Jian Wushuang heard this for a moment, and then thought back, I've heard one or two, but I don't know much. Wu Jianxian explained, the real soldiers of Jidao should be called the ancestors of Jidao, but the 7 strongest weapons that appeared at the beginning of chaos and the universe were born, enough to suppress the universe. These 7 stalks of ancestral ancestors have different functions. For example, your penthouse chaos tripod is one of the 7 stalks of ancestors and created by the master. The Tai Luo Excalibur is also one of the 7 ancestors of the stalk, and it is the master's kill. However, it is precisely because of the killing of the master of the Tai Luo Excalibur that his temper is one of the most violent of the 7-armed ancestors. With a little carelessness, it is easy to eat back the host, and it is easy to demonize the stain and damage. And this scabbard from the Seraph Sword can play a role in suppressing and nurturing the Seraph Sword. As long as the Taro sword sheath is present, the Taro Excalibur can continue to grow and become stronger and stronger. After Wu Jianxian said, Seeing Jian Wushuang still looks like he can't understand, he shook his head and smiled. Sword Wushuang, this is too powerful for the sword sheath. You may not understand it now, and you will naturally know it in the future. Now, well, I came to the Temple of Life today. One is to see you, and the other is to see the Taro sword. Now that I have wished, I will go first. After saying that, Wu Jianxian said goodbye to the Supreme Master Xie and drove the flying sword, flying away just like the Yipingzhou, heading for Xinghai. There was a touch of contemplation in Jian Wu's eyes, and holding the exposed sword handle of the Taro Excalibur, a sense of blood-to-heart connection was sensed from his mind. He felt that at that time. A trace of evil thoughts left by Tai Luo Supreme on Tai Luo's Excalibur was finally cleared away and gradually restored to the purest and most perfect state. Time passed slowly, and the 3-day feast finally came to an end. This feast not only finalized the alliance between the Palace of Life, the Patriarch, and the 9 Emperors Pavilion, but also promoted 2 new chief executives. 6th Chief Supreme, King of 9 Calamities. The 7th Chief Supreme, Sword Unparalleled. In this regard, there is no objection to the entire Life Shrine. Originally, the Supreme of the Life Shrine. Only the top Supreme can serve, but although the King of 9 Kings only has a medium Supreme practice, it is definitely a top Supreme, even stronger. Not to mention the sword Wushuang. When it was still the ultimate dominator, it was able to slay the Supreme, and now he has obtained the Supreme Avenue, completely unlocking the Terra Excalibur, and it is unnecessary to know that the sword Wushuang must be strong at the moment already. The Shrine of Life is full of congratulations. That night, the top of the moon is a little starry. The 6th mountain range of the Shrine of Life, on a mountaintop, the sword sat cross-legged. The whole person seemed to be integrated with the full moon next to the mountain, and at first glance it looked like Gu Shixian unstained by the earth. Behind him, the overlord stood respectfully, sweeping the audience. Since Jian Wushuang breaking through the Supreme, he completely lost his heart to Jian Wushuang. At the beginning, he helped Jian Wushuang in this way, and there was a gambling element. The future of gambling Wushuang will not be low, which will feed back to him and the whole family. But now, he is determined that the sword is unparalleled, and the future is expected to become a giant arm of the universe. Leader, do you need to take Mrs. Wushuang? Said the overlord Shun Sheng. Jian Wushuang thought about it and shook his head. It still won't work. Let Schwanger stay with Senior White Ape first. After I have completely resolved the turmoil, I will pick her up in person. When it comes to the word turbulence, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a slaughter. The overlord was shocked, and then took a deep breath. League, do you intend to take action against the dragons? Jian Wushuang nodded his head and shook his head again. The dragon is a towering giant tree with deep roots and is not easy to destroy. Such good dishes must naturally be placed at the end. As for the great sun god kingdom, Taishu Temple, etc., of course it's time to calculate the old accounts. The sword was bilingual and suddenly turned cold. He acted with his sword in his entire life and never took the initiative to deceive others, but too many powerful forces, such as the Temple of Deficiency, had to go in and attack him again and again. His sword is unparalleled. He has already moved to kill. The Lord, when do we start? The overlord asked. Jian Wushuang heard the thoughts flashing in his eyes and said, I haven't completely stabilized the Supreme Realm yet. I'll talk about it until I completely stabilize the Supreme Divine Realm. Yes. The overlord nodded, then said, League, then I will retreat first and prepare with Yengu and Zhouxing's son. It didn't take long for the overlord to congratulate. On the top of Shao Ses Mountain, only Tian Mingmingyu and Jian Wushuang were companions. The sword sat cross-legged, his right hand turned over, and Tai Luo Jian appeared in his hand. Now, he breaks through the supreme. The following three sword styles of Tai Luo Jiandian are naturally no longer crippled and can be read through. The first form of Tai Luo Jiandian is called Yongyi, and the second form is called Daybreak. The two seem to be unrelated, but they are intertwined. The third form is called Dusk, Hero's Twilight, God's Twilight. This style is a sword to cut God. In the eyes of Jian Wu, the scene of the sun setting in the west appeared. In this scene, a blue sword opened the gate of heaven. The mighty sword vibrated Kunlun, rolled the dragon's wall, and wiped out all the supreme heaven. Not too hesitant Jian Wushuang continued to turn to the fourth style. The fourth style of Terra Sword Code, for seasons. As the name suggests, this Tai Lu sword canon is called the fourth form of the four seasons, which contains the four sword meanings of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Compared to the first three styles, the four seasons sword has a deeper and deeper intention, and its obscurity and complexity, even today's sword unparalleled, are quite difficult to understand. This also makes the sword unparalleled emotion. Tai Luo Supreme deserves to be the first sword honor since ancient times. Its talent on the kendo, I am afraid that he is not in the slightest under his sword unparalleled. If I want to really catch up with Tai Luo Jianzun, at least I will get the Supreme. Jian Wushuang shook his head, realized the sword style of the four seasons, took a deep breath, and finally opened the last page of Tai Luo Jiandian. Fifth form, Taro. Chapter 4408. Taro. This is the last form of Terra Sword Code, named directly after Taro Supreme, and its hegemony can be imagined. This sword was created by Tai Luo Supreme in his later years, and it is also the greatest dependence of Tai Luo Jian, so to rely on the universe and lone towns. This sword contains all the insights of Tai Lu Supreme Invincible Kendo, but the master of Taoism in his life. I'm invincible. Who can I let go of? I'm so brave. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. Immediately, Jian Wushuang's thoughts sank into this Taro sword style. Next moment, the scene in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly changed. The bright moon on the mountain disappeared, the violent wind disappeared, and he seemed to be trapped in a virtual space. In front of him, a blue shirt stood with his back to his back. Taro Supreme. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and he asked, "My successor, you finally turned the last page." The voice of the blue shirt was low and turned slowly. His face was clear, his face was long and thin, his eyes were sharp, and he was 300 pre-chaos blue shirt, sword gods. "I wait for you for a long time." He glanced up at the sword unparalleled and said, Jian Wushuang looked at him the same way. Of course, the person in front of him wouldn't really be Tai Luo Supreme. If he guessed right, Tai Luo Supreme at this moment should be the mark left in the Tai Luo sword code before his death. "Come on, little guy, let me see how much strength you have as my heir." Tai Luo Supreme spoke faintly, and then his eyes flashed a sharp sense of sharpness. A long sword condensed by divine energy was held in his hand. "It is good." Sword Wushuang nodded. A flash of hotness flashed in his eyes, and a long sword condensed in his hands. Regarding the thousands of chaos eras that galloped across the universe and fell into the 300 chaos prehistoric eras, the Tailor Supreme has long been fascinated for a long time. Now, this opportunity is finally before us. Then, a battle across time and space begins. Tai Luo Supreme stepped on and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he had already appeared behind Jian Wu's body, and he stabbed fiercely. So fast, Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and the response was not slow. Without turning back, he already inserted a sword obliquely, and the grid blocked the thorn. "Your sword, it's too slow." Tai Luo Supreme spoke coldly, throwing his right foot like a giant axe and slamming it on the sword perilous waist. Puff! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang fell all over, and the huge power from his waist made him take a few steps forward. Before he could return to God, the figure of Tai Luo Supreme flashed again, and he appeared in front of the sword without two sides. Jian Wushuang looked up and saw a dark sword mangling, which was constantly enlarged in his eyes, and finally slashed at him severely. Consciousness collapsed. It was only after a long time that Jian Wushuang's consciousness recovered in this virtual space. Tai Luo supremely bares the back of his hand facing Jian Wushuang, and a low voice comes out of his mouth. My successor. The way Kendo is, the stronger the magical power, the stronger Kendo. Even if it is the most basic thorn, chop, and chop, it will reach an extreme, and it will also give out the strongest power. As long as murder is a murder sword. Jian Wushuang heard the words, could not help but fall into meditation. Among the opponents of Tai Luo Supreme just now, Tai Luo Supreme did not use any mighty swordsmanship, but defeated him with a stab or a split. There was no chance for him to use Kendo magical powers. Gradually, there was a tinge of enlightenment in Jian Wushuang's eyes. At this moment, Tai Luo Supreme has once again killed with a sword. Don't be distracted when facing the enemy. Tai Luo Supreme spoke coldly, and the whole person turned into a cyan afterimage. The speed was extremely fast, and thousands of swords were split in an instant. Come. Sword-hunting warfare was captured in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. At the same step, the divine power broke out, and he collided towards Tai Luo Supreme. Ding, ding, ding. The two instantly fought for 100 moves. After a jaw stick, breaking dawn. Taro Supreme suddenly turned into a golden light, sprinting forward and slashing the sword unparalleled. The way to Kendo lies in the convergence of moves, its enemies with the fastest speed, and the most convenient way. Do you understand? Time passes slowly. From the outside, Jian Wushuang seems to be transformed into a sculpture, sitting cross-legged on the mountain. In fact, Jian Wushuang is immersed in the space of Tai Luo and fights against Tai Luo Supreme day and night. Taro Supreme, after all, has lived through thousands of chaos eras and once stood on the top of the universe. When it comes to the consciousness of Kendo, it is much deeper and deeper than that of swords. One practice is only 700,000 years, and there are thousands of times of chaos. There is no comparison between the two. In the confrontation between the two, Jian Wushuang is like a sponge, absorbing the insights of Tai Luo Supreme Kendo madly. Jian Wushuang's Kendo realm began to rise at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Tai Luo Supreme, like a gold medal sparring, constantly helps Jian Wushuang grow. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed in this trial space. In these 5,000 years, Jian Wushuang did not stop fighting with Tai Luo Supreme for a moment. He was killed by 688 times by Tai Luo Supreme. Gradually, Jian Wushuang went from having no fight back to becoming 1 or 2 against Tai Luo Supreme. At your fingertips, 5,000 years have passed. In this 5,000 year, Jian Wushuang has grown so impressive that he can fight against Tai Luo Supreme without losing the slightest disadvantage. And with the passage of time, the victory is constantly leaning towards Jian Wushuang. If this is known to the outside world, I am afraid that it will set off a stormy sea in the universe. In just 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang has caught up with thousands of Chaos-era Kendo consciousnesses of Tai Luo Supreme. What a horrible learning talent. How fast is it growing? Tai Luo Supreme turned into a blue shadow, while Jian Wushuang turned into a black light. Both speeds are extremely fast, constantly flashing and colliding in the void, pulling up numerous afterimages. The sword light flickered. The sword shadow was heavy, intertwined with each other. Tai Luo Supreme and Jian Wushuang. Both of them are filled with skyward sword energy and are extremely extreme. The two men fought 1,000 times in an instant, and a long stream of sparks sputtered from the sword in their hands. Breaking dawn. Tai Luo Supreme sighed coldly, and immediately became one with the sword, turning into a golden light of dawn, like the lightning that tore the night, and rushed towards the sword Wushuang. Chopper Star. Jian Wushuang's head was full of black hair flying, and a forest blue sword mang was instantly split. This sword firmly locked Taro Supreme and chopped it straight, making Taro Supreme's broken dawn sword slightly stagnant. Next moment, breaking dawn. Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot and also transformed into the dawning sword and rushed towards Tai Luo Jianzun. A huge shockwave exploded, and Tai Luo Jianzun and Jian Wushuo crossed the long sword in a cross and collided together. The strong wind blew their hair. In the eyes of the two, they are shooting out of the war. Click, click, click. Immediately, the sword in the hands of Tai Luo Jianzun was broken inch by inch. There was a smile of satisfaction on his clear face. My successor, if you have a chance in the future, please kill a man named Emperor Eater for me. After taking a deep look at Jian Wushuang, Tai Luo Supreme gradually annihilated, turning into black smoke. Then, like the same black line, these black smokes penetrated into Jian Wushuang's brows. The fifth form of the Terra Sword Code, Taro, impressively reflected in Jian Wushuang's mind. Chapter 44:09. Click and wipe. The virtual space is constantly broken. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp sword flickered in his eyes. The strong wind on the top of the mountain is still turbulent, and the full moon next to it is still bright. For Jian Wushuang, he has been in the virtual space for more than 10,000 years, but to the outside world, it has only passed half of Zhuxiang time. This harvest is too big. Jian Wushuang couldn't help sighing. Through this 10,000 years of training and teaching, he not only mastered the 5 styles of kendo magic in the Terra Sword Code, but also fully realized Taro's supreme kendo and even strengthened it on the basis. He defeated Tai Luo Supreme in the virtual space, which already represents that he is stronger than the Tai Luo Supreme when he was waiting for the Supreme at the beginning. This does not include other means of sword unparalleled, such as Chaos Overlord, Special Life, and so on. This is an epic enhancement to Jian Wushuang. The cold evening wind blew the long hair of Jian Wushuang. After a moment, Jian Wushuang lowered his head, and there was a hint of thought in his eyes. Emperor, according to Tai Luo Supreme, if Jian Wushuang did not guess wrong, this person called Emperor S was afraid that it was the culprit that caused Tai Luo Supreme to fall indirectly or directly. You must know that the Taro Supreme that the top Supreme repaired at that time, with the Taro Excalibur in his hand and the extremely terrifying kendo magical power, has been enough to sweep the universe, suppress the peoples, is not weaker than the Invincible Supreme, and even enough to kill Invincible Supreme. Maybe in the universe, there are very rare characters in the universe who can defeat Taro Supreme, but they can kill him directly, and even the people who destroy Taro's kingdom are almost zero. If there are such characters in the universe, Jian Wushuang would not be unaware. After all, the fall of Tai Luo Supreme is actually no more than 300 chaos ages, not too far away. Who is this Bite Eater? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and he determined that he had never heard of this character. He was almost killed by a group of mysterious supremes when he was in the Joey Starfield. Those mysterious and supreme seem to be called 7 or 5. After a moment, Jian Wushuang shook his head. Since he didn't understand, he simply stopped thinking. Also, if I can meet the Emperor Eater later, and I can beat him, then I will kill him for you. Jian Wushuang faintly whispered to himself. The next time, Jian Wushuang did not rush to leave, but announced to the Bloodwave Supreme and announced the retreat again. During this long-running battle with Tai Luo Supreme, he realized that there are too many things and he needs to carefully sort out one or two to make it fully understand. As time went by, 5,000 years passed again. In the universe, the calm have gradually recovered. The 5 major forces, such as Taishu Temple, Shueqian Temple, and Qiyang God Kingdom, seem to have really died down and kept silent about the sword unparalleled. And the most powerful dragon, once the crown of the universe, did not come out as a demon for a while and fell into a state of silence. The whole universe is a peaceful color. 5,000 years later, the shrine of life is day by day. The 6th mountain, which belongs to the manor of Jian Wushuang, has been transformed into the supreme mansion with his 7th highest position. Crunch! Suddenly, the gate of the manor house, which had been locked for 5,000 years, was slowly pushed open from the inside by a white palm. A cold young man wearing a gold-plated robe with a corner of clothing, a sword hanging from his waist, and purple gold eyes, stepped out of the manor step by step. See Warrior Supreme. At the gate of the manor house, 2 disciples of the Palace of Life, when they saw Jian Wushuang at first, immediately bowed and said hello. Okay. Jian Wushuang slightly yelled at their heads, and they greeted him. Then, as soon as they stepped, they turned into swordsmanship and shot at the Supreme Temple. Grunt, grunt. The fierce howling wind in the air passed quickly across Jian Wushuang's cheek. Now that everything is in place, it's time to settle the old accounts. In the eyes of Jian Wushuang's purple gold, there was an indifference. In these 5,000 miles, he finally mastered the Wudao Tongtian Shintong of Tailuo Jiandian and mastered the supreme realm firmly. The already terrible sword is unparalleled, and the strength goes to the next level. A moment later, the Supreme Temple arrived. Only 5,000 years ago, there has been no change in the Supreme Temple. Only the Supreme Master of Blood. It seems that he has already learned the news of Jian Wushuang's exit. Supreme Blood. Jian Wushuang stepped in and nodded towards Bloodwave Supreme. Sword unparalleled. Have you completely stabilized the Supreme Realm? Bloody Supreme asked with a smile. Fortunately, no shame. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The 2 of them shivered for a while and saw the Supreme suffering suddenly sighed and asked, Jian Wushuang, I know why you came, but are you ready to start working for those 6 forces? There is nothing to hide from this. Jian Wushuang nodded and calmly replied, yes, it's time to settle old accounts with them. Bloodwave Supreme heard a deep look at Jian Wushuang and asked again, are you ready, Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang said, except for the Dragon Clan, he is not sure how to deal with it. The other major forces are no longer in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Even if they have any whole cards, Jian Wushuang is confident and cannot pose a lethal threat to him. That's good. Xia Wushuan smiled comfortably. Although he doesn't know how strong Jian Wushuang is today, he knows Jian Wushuang's temperament. If he has more than 80% certainty, Jian Wushuang will not take risks. Lost and risked. After thinking about it, Xia Baxian Shanin said, Jian Wushuang, this time you go to the 6 forces, our life shrine. It is estimated that we cannot help you. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. It was to his surprise that the Temple of Life experienced 2 wars, and the Supreme was severely damaged. And Jian Wushuang did not intend to drag anyone into the water this time, including Jianming. Jian Wushuang, come, these are the 6 forces information that I collected for you during this time. You will see later. Bloodwave Supreme flipped his right hand, took out a roll of jade tube, and handed it to Jian Wushuang, and then said, sword unparalleled, I suggest it is best to start with the Blood Temple. Among these 6 forces, the Blood Temple is not only the weakest one, but also the one with the deepest roots and the highest strength is the Blood Temple Master, who is top-notch. Is the Blood Temple? Okay, I will consider it. Jian Wu's eyes flashed a thought. The two trembled for a while, and Jian Wushuang wore a bamboo block on his head and left the Palace of Life.